or 521 points at 28,464. And the Nasdaq's down 2.4% or 226 points at 90.89. 10-year Treasury up 23 seconds, yield 1.60%. The yield on the 2-year 1.43%. NYMEX crude oil's down 2.5% or $1.36 at 52.83 a barrel. COMEX gold up 0.8% or $12.40 at 15.90.50 an ounce. The euro 1.1025 against the dollar. The yen is at 108.88. Tom and Paul.
Karen, thanks so much. Benchmark there is a look at S&P futures against the price action. Low for the day was negative 55, maybe negative 54. We're now negative 58. So a little bit of amplitude lower here off the signals of future. Paul, the number one thing to me is a 10-year yield just grinds in. We're now 8 basis points lower. That's been steady all morning towards a lower yield and higher 10-year Treasury note prices, 1.60% on the 10-year yield. We need perspective. Good to speak with Cameron Kreis. He's with Bloomberg Markets and does so much looking at the markets. Is this correlation different, Cameron, than other correlations?
Well, it's the market sort of belatedly reacting to an idiosyncratic risk, and that's something that people are not particularly well equipped to deal with genetically. From an evolutionary perspective, when you see a surprising risk appear in front of you, you're sort of predisposed to run, and that's kind of what we're seeing. In terms of the Treasury market, listen, it reminds me a lot of the reaction we would get around hurricanes. Remember a couple of years ago, there was a really bad hurricane season, and we got a very substantial decline in yield as markets were sort of projecting the absolute worst case scenario, which failed to materialize. In terms of the stock market, it kind of felt for a couple of weeks like we're in sort of a Wile E. Coyote scenario where the market kept going up, and it just couldn't keep going at that pace, and that we were due for a correction. And the virus, for better or for worse, has served as a sort of a convenient or an inconvenient, as it were, catalyst to drive the correction that we were probably due for anyway.
Cameron, when does this, I agree with your comment there, the market was probably looking for some catalyst to pull back here after the performance, certainly in the fourth quarter and then so far here in January. When does it become an economic issue, do you think, this virus and the impact it may have, not just on Chinese economic activity, but perhaps even broader?
Well, we're a ways from that, from it broadening out outside of China, I think, in the sense of, clearly things like retail sales and on the margin, some production figures in China are going to be impacted by this because of the lockdowns and the extension of the holiday. And if you export to China, then perhaps that's going to be an issue as well. But as of now, it's hard to see this impacting anyone's behavior in the United States or in Europe. And it's really not going to be until we see consumer behavior, I think, impacted, that you start to talk about a real economic cost. And I think we're a long, long way from that at the moment.
So, Cameron, one of the issues that have been raised by some, again, as the markets were really grinding higher really over the last several weeks, is valuation. We haven't had much earnings growth in 2019 to speak of at all. So what is your sense of kind of where we are valuation-wise in terms of the equity markets and maybe where we could find maybe a little bit of a support here?
Yeah, when you talk about valuation, you always have to put it into some sort of time frame context. From a longer-term perspective, I think the market is probably hideously overvalued. If you look at market cap relative to GDP, which is a relationship that tends to hold very closely over longer periods of time. On a more tactical basis, my sense is it's expensive without being egregiously so, from the simple rationale that interest rates are low, economic volatility is relatively low, and those conditions tend to support higher multiples than if inflation were to go up and or if interest rates were to go up. But all that having been said, at one point we were running like a 6 Sharpe ratio over a 3-month horizon on the S&P, and you can't do that for very long before you have a correction, and that's kind of what we're seeing now.
I'm fascinated, Cameron, by your view. John Farrow and I discovered, John asking the first question on boom bust with Bridgewater. I'm going to state this as carefully as I can, folks. The Ray Dalio, Bob Prince view is, as we've approached the zero bound in interest rates, central banks have brought us down to a level where maybe boom bust doesn't occur as it always has. And then there's a debate about, well, if that's the case, what is it, Cameron? And if it's leaden, less cyclical, just sort of a leaden, morose, if you will, to the markets. And a lot of people took huge issue with this. Cameron Christ, from where you sit, is the zero bound, rates coming down, down, down. Is it a constraint to normal cyclical economic activity?
That's a tough question to answer. I will say this. I think the predisposition of central banks to err on the side of easy policy, it has clearly extended the expansion, but it's premature to say that we've ended boom bust. I mean, even Japan, in its lost 3 decades, it's not been a flat line at the bottom of the seafloor. They've still had an amplitude and an economic cycle, albeit at sort of a lower level than they had before the Great Bust at the beginning of the 1990s. And I'm always mindful of the idea that climbing Everest is a really difficult task, but descending, having successfully climbed Everest, is even more difficult. And that's where most of the fatalities occur, is on the descent. So sort of everyone's a hero at the top, but let's see how we're looking on the other side of the mountain before we can say that we've reached a permanently high plateau, as it were, or that boom bust is dead.
That's why Christ doesn't go to Davos. They throw him out of the valley. They throw him in a snowbank.
So, Cameron, just following up on Tom's question and your last comment, is there any reason to believe in 2020 that the banks will, tighten up at all, or you expect them, assuming the data doesn't change materially, to remain essentially on the sidelines?
You mean central banks?
Central banks, yes. Thanks.
I certainly think the Fed would very much prefer to remain on the sidelines, not only to retain the spare ammunition that they've got to fight a potential recession, but also, for better or for worse, the FOMC has become politicized, given the criticism that they've received from the White House. And I think they would prefer just to do nothing and not face accusations from one side or the other that they're supporting one side or the other through monetary policy. As for the rest of the world, well, it seems that the Bank of England is probably going to cut rates this week. So, I mean, there's your, in a nutshell, there's your answer. Yes, central banks will continue to lean, to try to lean against the threat of low growth.
One of the themes is, heaven forbid, the United Kingdom could never move to negative yields. Is that an overt decision? I mean, can any given society with economic slowdown just say, we're not going to do negative yields, or is that gone now with the advent of this experiment? I think my sense is that the evidence from Europe is that negative yields are kind of a bane to the financial system. We heard that in Davos, no question about that.
So my sense is that the more important the financial system is to your economy, the more painful the side effects of negative rates will be, and the less net stimulus that a negative rate regime would have. So the United States and the UK in particular are very financialized economies.
So it's going to kill us.
The cost of that, so that cost of that policy is much more onerous than the benefits to a less financially sensitive economy. And even in Europe, which you think of as more of a manufacturing sort of bricks and mortar economy, it's been devastating to the banking system.
Cameron, got to leave it there. Cameron Christ, thank you so much. Terrific market briefing on this morning with the Dow. Negative 500 change earlier. We've come up 100 points. In negative 427, 28,559. SPX 3246. Wow, down 49 points as well. Paul, that's informative, and it's about this is that word, idiosyncratic. And if you just believe that, we get through this and we move on.
Yeah, and I think it's, as we were talking about earlier, Cameron was mentioning earlier, this is probably a market that was in search of catalyst for a little bit of a correction, a little bit of a pullback, given the steady grind higher we've had. Right now, Tom, let's get some world and national headlines with Michael Barr. Michael.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, Tom. The stakes over witness testimony at President Donald Trump's impeachment trial are rising now that a draft of a book from former National Security Advisor John Bolton appears to undercut a key defense argument. Bolton writes in the forthcoming book that Trump told him that he wanted to withhold security aid from Ukraine until it helped him with politically charged investigations, including into Democratic rival Joe Biden. Lead House impeachment manager Adam Schiff says this makes it crucial that Bolton testifies in the Senate impeachment trial of the president.
He's offered to testify now. We're ready to hear his testimony. We'll be pushing again for his testimony, and I think all the senators are now really hard-pressed to turn him away.
On Fox News, White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham says the accusation simply is not true.
The president did nothing wrong, and we stand by exactly what we've been saying all along and exactly what the transcript has been showing all along.
The Trump defense continues when the trial resumes today. New polls showed the unsettled state of the Democratic primary days before the first voters weigh in at the Iowa caucuses, with front-runner status still unclear. Vice President Joe Biden holds a sizable lead nationally, but many polls show Democrats in the early voting states favor Bernie Sanders, which could spark the Vermont senator's campaign for the contests ahead. NBA fans remain shocked after the helicopter crash that killed Kobe Bryant yesterday, his 13-year-old daughter, and 7 others. NTSB investigators are at the scene today trying to figure out why the chopper crashed in Calabasas, California. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg Tom.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Want to do a complete data check right now. Negative 430 in the Dow, 28,560. SPX negative 48. Big 178, 178 points down on NASDAQ 100. The VIX goes out 1819. We're at 4 big figures now, 3.39. So we don't have the angst of 9:25, say 10 minutes ago. We got a little bit of an ebb here. We're going to need to get the market open and see how that plays out. In the yield market, it is extraordinary. 1.44%, 2-year 1.61%, 10-year, 30-year bond. I'm not in the 199 watch again. I can't believe I'm saying that, Paul. But 2.07%. Yes. Watching the 30-year in 6 basis points as well. Lisa Bramowitz talking up oil 53. My eyes are failing me. 53.09, 53.0. That's my glasses at the piano bar. 50. Barry, please, my glasses. 53.09 on West Texas Intermediate. Brent crude 59.35. Gold advances up $9. It's been up that level through the morning. 15.87. And where else are you going to hear a data check like that? This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Palm Beach, Florida real estate is on a winning streak. Large houses, small houses, empty lots, and mansions have all flown off the shelf thanks to Florida's income tax rate of 0%. In the past 12 months, 3 properties in the town sold for $100 million each. Several brokers say it's the longest bull run of their careers. With one notable exception, there's a cluster of 10 mansions sitting unsold right within a block or two of Mar-a-Lago, the private club that President Trump declared his permanent residence in September. 7 of the homes around the so-called Winter White House have seen their prices reduced. Brokers say the phenomenon has nothing to do with proximity to Trump. Some point to the fact that these homes are under the jet path of Palm Beach Airport, which can get noisy. Real estate analyst Jonathan Miller says also the homes might be listed higher than their proper worth because owners are trying to cash in on the celebrity proximity. Miller says whatever the cause, this grouping of mansions for sale is not natural. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Global boredom, fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. Mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift, mix it up, lift, mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time, skip, mix it up, run, mix it out of boxing class, skip, run, splash, skip, run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run, mix it up, skip, mix it, run.
Mix it. Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
You might already know that TuneIn allows you to listen to all the pro sports leagues wherever you go. But did you know TuneIn is also home to the wide world of college sports?
Open three, DeAndre Hunter got it! Handoff Carruthers, big hole right side. He leaps and he surges in, touchdown!
From live college football, basketball, and baseball games to podcasts and coaches shows fueling your love for the game in your school. And the best part is, it's all free. Search college sports to find your team or league.
News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow. Intensifying concern about the economic and human impact of the deadly coronavirus, sending stocks, oil, and China's yuan tumbling while spurring haven assets. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is down 1 1/3%. It's down 44 points at 3251. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1.4% or 417 points at 28,576. And the Nasdaq's down 1.7% or 157 points at 9156. 10-year Treasury up 19/30 seconds, yield 1.61%. Yield on the 2-year 1.44%. NYMEX crude oil is down 1.8% or 99 cents at 53.21 a barrel. COMEX gold is up 0.4% or $6 at 15.8430 an ounce. And the euro 1.1020 against the dollar. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Hey, Karen, thanks so much. I was hoping this would happen. The way this works, folks, is if you really don't know what you're talking about, part of your skill set is to wear a bow tie and read quickly and get up to speed. And I have done that on this terrible tragedy of a young girl and her father dying. The truth is, there's people way more qualified than me, and I was hoping, Paul, in this hour I would turn to you with your genuine interest in basketball, and we drag in Soshnik, who's got unbelievable perspective on the development of the National Basketball Association.
Absolutely, Tom. You know, and as the sports world remembers and mourns Kobe Bryant, Bloomberg Radio spoke to the NBA legend just 5 months ago. Bryant sat down with Bloomberg Business Week co-hosts Carol Master and Jason Kelly to discuss life after basketball. Now seems like an appropriate time to listen back to that conversation. Here's Carol and Jason speaking to Kobe Bryant in August.
You have gone through a transition, obviously.
Yeah.
I love that you're an author. I was reading somewhere that you kind of knew it was time to go, that you were thinking a lot about storytelling.
Yeah.
Have you always been a writer?
I have. I've been practicing writing. I started writing my junior year in high school. And when I got to the NBA, there's a lot of downtime in travel and hotels and things of that sort. So I would just write. And a lot of the things that I used to write were just ads. I would write advertisements. I had an ad agency that I founded, and we did a lot of work, won some awards for being a small agency. And then when I retired, it was like, okay, well, what am I going to do now? Well, I don't know. I enjoy writing, and I'll write a film. So I wrote Dear Basketball, and was very fortunate for that to be successful, and then just continued on.
And how is it different from what, how many years you played in the NBA? I mean, what are you learning kind of about yourself in doing this?
Well, how much I enjoy teaching and like passing on information to the next generation. It feels much, much better than any championship that can be won, because it's more lasting, right? If I can do something that inspires a kid in some way, or it gets the kid to view something differently in some way, and then he goes through his life, she goes through her life, and then in turn they inspire someone else, you create this domino effect that is far greater than any championship that can be won. And
huge
that's
impact,
fun.
right?
Huge.
One thing I want to ask you about, and I guess it's kind of near and dear to both of us, but we think about equality in sports, and we've been talking about how tennis seems to have figured it out, but a lot of other sports haven't. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. And that's probably I won't say probably, it is our mission to do something about that. I mean, I have 4 girls, and the first 2 are definitely athletes. Mm-hmm. The third one and the fourth one, we'll see, is still too young. But if I had to bet, I'd say they'd be athletes as well. Right. So it's important to fight for that and make sure that when they come of age, that they are ready to get equal pay, right? And fight for what it is that they deserve.
Why has it been such a struggle, do you think? That's
a great question. I do not know. Yeah. It's like there's a lack of investment. I tell you, like in basketball, for example, the WNBA. I said, okay, well, the WNBA is not as popular as the NBA. Okay, well, I can remember the NBA when it first started. And I remember some companies putting a lot of money behind marketing players. Yeah. And through marketing those players, the popularity of the game picked up. You guys are sitting here and saying, okay, you're waiting for the WNBA to become popular. Well, we're waiting on the investment. Right. From corporations to start telling the stories of some of these young women that have unbelievable stories, right. Yeah. Unbelievable inspirational stories to tell, and they're not being told. Why? Right, and so we're going to get there.
That was Kobe Bryant speaking with Bloomberg Business Week host Carol Massar and Jason Kelly. Bryant was killed in a helicopter crash yesterday at 41 years old. All told, there are 9 among the dead, including Bryant's 13-year-old daughter, Gianna. To help us put this tragedy in the context of the world of basketball, the business of sports, we welcome Scott Soshnick to the studio, Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So, Scott, I mean, we know in basketball, Kobe was one of the all-time greats. What did he really mean for the game as you look back on his career?
It isn't often where opponents will fawn over somebody else on the court. And it's nice in a day of Twitter where you can go and see the breadth of the impact that Kobe had on not only basketball players, and most of them considerably younger than he was, but the other sports as well. Because if there's one athletic thing that Kobe represented, it was work, and it was what we heard from David Stern on the business side of basketball, the relentless pursuit of perfection. That is what David Stern preached in the business offices of the NBA and its teams. What Kobe did on the court was the relentless pursuit of perfection. He was the athletic embodiment of the David Stern business acumen.
Scott, I saw Jim Gray on Fox News yesterday. He was brilliant. I was thinking of you as someone who's really watched this whole song and dance. How did he survive 17, 18, 19, 20 as the character in the young adult he was, where so many others get crushed? What was the pixie dust then that allowed him to have the privilege to get the young adulthood or even maturity, where so many others starting young just get killed?
A lot of factors there, Tom. One, remember, he did come from high school to the NBA. 2, it was Jerry West who brought him to LA.
And Jerry West was really emotional.
Jerry West was integral in his development. Yeah. He was always there. You had folks, the lineage of that organization. You have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar there. You have Magic Johnson there. But also, let's not forget that his father was Joe Jellybean Bryant, and Kobe grew up in Italy, the son of a professional basketball player. So he grew up in and around the environment of professionalism. Not the same path for many of the folks who joined the NBA straight from high school.
Yeah, just extraordinary. What did he mean to L.A.? He spent his whole career there.
You need look no further than the Grammys last night. Probably more people will show up to the Staples Center to pay homage to Kobe than the awards ceremony. I mean, it had to be dealt with at the top of the broadcast because of what he meant not only to entertainment, but that city in particular.
Scott Soshnick, thank you so much.
Scott, thank you so much.
We appreciate you coming in here, bringing us some perspective on what has been a terrible, terrible story in the world of sports.
And Bloomberg Business Sports, I'm sure they'll do something with it. It's really something to listen to and to watch. Scott Soshnick, Evan Noby-Williams, and our Michael Barr, they really take it seriously, and they've had incredible access to leaders of sports business over the recent years. We have a better tape. We opened ugly. We knew that. Negative 500. We're now at negative 386. So a little bit of piece to the tape after the news flow out of Asia earlier on Wuhan and the virus. We are produced by Richard Truman. We'll see you tomorrow. Please stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Hey, y'all. Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always.
Boredom, fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. Run, run, mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift, mix it up, lift, mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time, skip, mix it up, run, mix it out of boxing class. Skip, run, splash, skip, run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run, mix it up, skip, mix it, run. Mix it.
Hello, I'm your captain for today's Virgin Atlantic flight. Please drop everything and pay close attention to the following announcement. The sail is now on. Our crew are ready to take your bags and stresses away. The cocktails are ready to serve, the movies are loaded, and we're all set for takeoff to the Caribbean. So, take your seat in our award-winning economy class. We're ready to go when you are.
The Virgin Atlantic sail. Fly amazing for less. For more details, visit virginatlantic.com.
I pledge
to leave a gift in my will.
Cancer Research UK.
To live a fuller life.
To save more lives like my mum's.
Gifts in wills fund over a third of Cancer Research UK's life-saving research.
I pledge to continue researching.
To find new treatments for patients.
To stop cancer from coming back.
Pledge right now to leave a gift in your will to Cancer Research UK, and together we will beat cancer for future generations. To find out more, search Cancer Research UK Pledge.
Don't miss Super Bowl 54 because you can't watch the game on TV.
Lights in over the left guard. Touchdown.
Listen to every second of the action with your phone, tablet, computer, or connected device. All you need is a TuneIn Premium subscription.
Search Premium to upgrade today.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA On Demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney.
Is there any bank right now in the U.S. that you think is a buy?
Do you think Chairman Powell has lost the market?
Jeff Bezos is no dope. What's the big ka-ching?
The big question, I think, for investors is free cash flow.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
The U.S. tariffs actually hurt both China and the U.S.
Large strategics are looking to either buy or invest in innovation.
Soybeans and corn have been basically at or below the cost of production for about 4 or 5 years.
What we see more bonds, more yield.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Monday morning from New York City to our worldwide audience. We have a risk-off day today. Coronavirus issues rattling the market. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the high-yield market, see if there are opportunities there as we head into 2020. Plus, we're also going to take a look at a big topic from Davos. That's corporate governance, both from the perspective of corporations and from investors. We'll dig into that. But first, let's go to Karen Moscow for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Karen.
All right, Paul, thank you. Let's go to some breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg. Sales of new U.S. homes cooling for a third month in December, signaling a potential pullback after purchases climbed to some of the best levels in more than a decade amid lower borrowing costs and a solid labor market. Single-family home sales fell 0.4% to a 694,000 annualized pace, the weakest since July and below all economists' estimates in Bloomberg's survey. Stocks, as you said, plunging, bonds rallying as intensifying concern of the impact of the deadly coronavirus roils global markets. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. The S&P 500 down 1.4%, down 45 points at 3249. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1 1/3% or 391 points to 28,598. And the Nasdaq is down 1.8% or 166 points to 9147. 10-year Treasury up 20-30 seconds, yield 1.61%, and the yield on the 2-year 1.44%. NYMEX crude oil's down 1.5% or 83 cents at 53.35 a barrel, and COMEX gold is up 0.5% or $7.80 at 15.8620 an ounce. The euro 1.1022 against the dollar, the yen 108.99, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa and Paul.
Thank you so much, Karen. Bloomberg Markets is brought to you by Commonwealth Financial Network. For the 6th straight time, J.D. Power ranks Commonwealth #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. And as Karen was laying out, a very risk-off day here as people take a look at the potential spread of the coronavirus. President Trump weighing in, posting on Twitter just now, we are in very close communication with China concerning the virus. Very few cases reported in USA, but strongly on watch. We have offered China and President Xi any help that is necessary. Our experts are extraordinary. Deepening fears, though, worst day since August for the NASDAQ so far. Meanwhile, you got 10-year yields having their biggest decline at one point since the beginning of December. Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks editor, joining us here in our interactive broker studios. When you dig under the hood and take a look at the casino-related stocks, the travel-related stocks, are these getting hit the hardest, or is this just a broad-based fear of an economic slowdown stemming from the spread of this and the consequences of how you stop the spread of it?
In short, the travel-related stocks are getting hit the hardest. I mean, we saw them decline last week, and today, I mean, you just go through the worst performers in the S&P 500. You see Wynn Resorts representing the casino owners in the Chinese city of Macau. Las Vegas Sands not far behind in terms of a decline. Then there's American Airlines, and you can point to United and Delta after that. You've got Royal Caribbean, and, of course, that means Carnival lower as well. So, I mean, in that sense, it's more of the same. It really is. It's just a matter of sort of an intensified concern about what the spread of the virus is going to mean for the travel business. And beyond that, I mean, you're seeing some broader weakness. I mean, financial stocks down because, bond yields fall, harder for them to make money down the line potentially.
Yield curve the flattest of 2020 now.
There you go. I mean, that certainly fits in with the theme. Some losses in tech stocks. I mean, bear in mind, Intel was up 15% last week. It's down about 3% today. I will tell you one thing that's interesting, though. We had 2 companies in the S&P 500 report earnings, only 2. They are 2 of the best performers on the day. D.R. Horton, the home builder, higher by more than 3% in the wake of their results for the fiscal first quarter. Earnings and revenue beating projections. In Arconic, the auto and aircraft parts maker, used to be part of Alcoa. There was a separation. there's going to be another separation down the line, the auto and the aircraft business going their own ways, and that may be a reason why the stock's up about 1.5% because they're moving in that direction. Because if you just looked at the quarterly numbers, you saw there was a bit of a disappointment when it came to profit and sales. So, just interesting with all the focus on the effects of the virus that you still have, earnings out there to pay attention to, and it's telling a different story.
Can I put my rose-colored glasses on?
Go for it, Paul.
And say, 1.5% pullback in the S&P today. Maybe this is just a healthy pullback in what has been a really strong start to the year, a really strong fourth quarter to what was a really strong year.
All right, there are a couple of things you can kind of bring in statistically. It's been 3.5 months since you had a drop of more than 1% in a day in the S&P 500. You have to go back to October 8th to see that. So, just statistically speaking, you could say the market was overdue. And then there was another bit of data I came across on Twitter from Ryan Dietrich over at LPL Financial, who pointed out that the S&P 500 hasn't had back-to-back losses for 30 trading days in a row. So you have to go back to early December to see the last time that happened. And it's tying the longest streak since 1955. So, you put the two things together and it suggests that, to see this happen, you could argue the market was kind of overdue for it. Now, it always comes down to, does it make sense in the context of what people are suggesting is the reason for it? Nonetheless, you have had a market that has kind of moved its way steadily higher. So to see a decline like this today, and not entirely,
Look,
out of the blue.
Let's put it in perspective. This decline is not that big in the scheme of the history of stock markets by any shape of the imagination.
No.
This is not a massive sell-off, but it is a solid risk-off day, unlike what we've seen recently amid an unprecedented calm, according to a couple of measures. The question that I have is, how much does this change the narrative over the longer term, given the fact that China is taking measures, including quarantining, 50 million people in their homes at one of the peak holiday buying seasons at a time when their economy relies that much more on services and travel and foreign tourism and a whole host of other things than it did back in 2003 during the SARS epidemic. How much does this kind of break the momentum in an already sluggish global economy? And I guess, how much is that narrative just what people are, the excuse that people are making for just the sell button, and they wanting to set that
right.
up. But this is, I think, is an important question.
Yeah, and we've seen this story before. I got to tell you, my favorite sort of headline of the morning.
Please.
Scott Rothbard, who's a money manager over at Lakeview Asset Management, puts out a daily commentary. Here's his headline for today. It's Ebola and SARS and MERS and avian flu and swine flu and Zika panic all over again. So in other words, we've been down this road before. And what we've seen in the past is, in general, once the crisis sort of subsides, that stocks have tended to do relatively well. Now, the question is, in this case, of course, and really, if you want to kind of understand why it's happening now, John Arthur's commentary on Bloomberg Opinion would be great to go and read, because he just kind of lays it out. We don't know, the extent of this particular pandemic, you might say, if you can call it that.
Not a pandemic yet.
Yeah, it's getting there, it seems. But, this incident, you give it whatever terminology you want, but it's just a matter of, until you kind of get a handle on what you're really dealing with, people tend to fear the worst.
And we have some earnings tomorrow. We'll have Apple after the close, so that might get people's attention back on some fundamentals.
Oh, absolutely. Before the opening bell, you get Pfizer and United Technologies and 3M and Lockheed Martin. So there's plenty to go through. Yeah. And really, Wednesday and Thursday are going to be the two busiest days of earnings season.
Did you see the story at JP Morgan warning Apple investors to purchase protection heading into the earnings?
Really?
Yeah. We'll talk more about that.
Well, considering how much the stock has run up, it's not a surprise.
This is a valuation case, not necessarily something else. So Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks Editor, thank you so much for being with us. And Bloomberg Markets brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology, a top 100 national university in the latest U.S. News and World Report college rankings. Learn more at news.njit.edu. Right now, let's head down to our Washington, D.C. offices. Nathan Hager there with world and national headlines. Nathan.
Lisa, President Trump says he never told then National Security Advisor John Bolton that he wanted aid to Ukraine frozen until the country agreed to investigate Joe Biden. Of course, the New York Times reported that Bolton made that claim in a book manuscript he submitted to the White House National Security Council for review. Bloomberg's Kathleen Hunter reports this could put even more pressure on Senate Republicans to call Bolton as an impeachment witness.
A lot of reporters up on Capitol Hill are going to be trying to talk to folks like Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins, who have indicated in the past that there's a possibility they could be open to backing Democrats' efforts to call witnesses.
In an interview with Fox News, White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham says the timing of the leak of Bolton's manuscript is very, very suspect, and a spokesman for the National Security Council says no White House personnel outside the NSC saw Bolton's draft. The death toll is now up to at least 80 from the coronavirus in China that has spread around the world. The head of the World Health Organization says he is headed to Beijing to assess the Chinese government's response. The top health official in the country says the incubation period can last up to 2 weeks, meaning people could spread coronavirus without showing symptoms. Tributes continue to pour in for Kobe Bryant as investigators try to piece together the helicopter crash that took his life along with 8 others, including his 13-year-old daughter. Fellow basketball great Scottie Pippen was on ABC's Good Morning America.
Kobe wanted to be known as the greatest player to ever play the game. I mean, he wanted to be better than Michael Jordan. He wanted people to realize that he was right there and that he put in the work to let you know that, he is one of the greats.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Revisions, return policies. There are so many ways to redo a decision.
What are the ramifications if she crumbles or doesn't crumble?
Do they have any path other than the courts?
Except here, we have to get it right the first time.
We always talk about the losers in a trade war. Are there winners?
So that you can too.
How does your modeling have to pivot to reflect a different scenario?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
3, 2, 1. Oh no. Which button am I?
When every second counts, you can't wing it.
Guys, a little help up here?
In a home fire, you may have less than 2 minutes to get out. So make a family home fire escape plan. Then practice home fire drills at least twice a year so everyone knows what to do when they hear. Prepare your family at ready.gov/fire drill. Brought to you by FEMA, the Ad Council, and Make Safe Happen.
The market's in focus.
Boredom, fitness enemy number 1. So don't just run. Run, run. Mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up, lift. Mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time. Skip, mix it up, run. Mix it out of boxing class. Skip, run, splash, skip, run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run, mix it up, skip, mix it, run.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn.
First jobs, flexible jobs. Keep me out the cold jobs. Advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs. East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs. Start-up jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs. Or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
This is not a cat. This is not a rocket. And this is not a sale. That's right. At Smarty Mobile, we're not having a sale. While others are slashing prices, we're introducing our best ever new plans. Take our new 30 gig data SIM for just £10 a month. With unlimited calls and texts and no speed restrictions, credit checks or contract tying you down, why shop around? New plans, great value. Now that's Smarty. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
When it comes to music, I've heard it all. Pink Floyd, Sean Paul, Slipknot. But in the Witch Test Lab, hearing isn't enough. When we test headphones, we really listen. Not just to the music, but to the stuff that gets in the way. The traffic, the chatter, all that. Mind the gap. We simulate the loudest commute to find you the headphones that cancel out the noise. So you know we're only recommending the best.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
What do you do to be an everyday superhero, like Dan?
So my baby boy Ben and me just wanted to share what we do to look after the environment. We put the wet wipes we use in the bin instead of down the loo. Would be pretty nasty if that lot ended up blocking our pipes.
Wet wipes and nappies block thousands of pipes every year. Save our sewers, rivers and seas by putting them in the bin, where they belong. Visit thameswater.co.uk/bin it. Together, we can care for the environment.
Ah, finally another commercial, said no one ever. Visit tunein.com/premium to upgrade now and get over 45 commercial-free music stations.
On this week's On the Media, fearing restrictive laws from the new Democratic majority in Virginia's capital, gun owners demonstrate and whisper about armed rebellion.
And they were using a different term, boogaloo, which is this semi-ironic online term for civil war, and talking about, like, does the boogaloo begin in Virginia?
Don't miss this week's On the Media from WNYC. Listen to the On the Media podcast from WNYC studios on TuneIn today.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks are down, bonds are up as intensifying concern over the impact of the deadly coronavirus is rattling markets all around the world. We look at those numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is down 1.5%. Down 49. The Dow is down 1.4%, down 417. And the NASDAQ is down 1.9%, down 174. The 10-year is up 30 seconds. The yield is 1.61%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 1 3/4% at $53.25 a barrel, while COMEX gold is up 0.6% at $15.8690 an ounce. The dollar yen, 108.92. The euro, $1.10.18, and the British pound, $1.30.58. Sales of new U.S. homes cooled for a third month in December, signaling a potential pullback after purchases climbed to some of the best levels in more than a decade amid lower borrowing costs and a solid labor market. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
There's a big question about whether high-yield bonds can deliver the same kinds of returns that we saw last year, which was, by all accounts, an unexpectedly amazing year for the debt. Ken Monahan joining us now, a Moody Pioneer co-director of high yield, overseeing nearly $90 billion of assets from Durham, North Carolina. And Ken, this comes to us at a time when on Friday we saw the biggest one-day withdrawal from the U.S. high-yield bond ETF that trades with the ticker HYG. It's the biggest one-day withdrawal ever on record, $1.8 $1.6 billion, I believe, in one day, or $1.4 billion, I should say. From your perspective, are we about to see a pretty big sell-off in debt that has been a stalwart performer?
Well, yeah, we had seen that change in HYG as well, Lisa, and it was a little bit of a surprise. I'm hearing varying stories as to why it happened, but it's clear the high yield market was a little heavy last week. We were up about 75 basis points month to date from not last Friday, but a week ago Friday, and that faded during last week, and we ended up we're up about 35 basis points month to date now. So the bloom may be off the rose. We've been having the benefit of that so-called January effect we typically see, and I think that may now be fading.
So how are you kind of framing 2020, Ken, as you think about the high yield market relative to what we saw in great performance in 2019?
Well, Paul, 19 was a huge year for high yield, and as at least had commented, it was not expected at the beginning of the year. High yield market was up around 14%. Our expectations is that we can't really replicate that this year. Something in the low or mid single digits is more likely. Something in the 4.5% to 5.5% range would be more likely. That doesn't mean it's going to be on a straight line, though. So the volatility we may be experiencing today in risk markets overall, including high yield, and a little bit of the sell-off we saw in the tail end of last week is not unexpected.
Is it a buying opportunity?
Well, selectively, if the high yield bonds are probably off something in the neighborhood of a point today, from where I'm being told by my traders, and if that's the case, then yeah, there probably are some selective things to look at. Energy happens to be off more than that, and the concern there as it relates to energy is whether or not this issue with this virus in China really reduces the demand for oil for a protracted period of time. We're already hearing indications that the travel associated with the New Year's holiday in China was down substantially, and that in and of itself would not only reduce consumption, but reduce growth of demand for oil. And let's recognize that much of the demand increase for oil or for natural gas as well comes from developing countries rather than developed ones.
Ken, wondering what just about credit quality here. We're 10, 11 years into this economic cycle. What are you seeing across your high yield universe right now?
I think the credit quality is actually pretty good. We have not seen in the high yield space a lot of issuance for aggressive LBOs, that we had seen, 10 or 12 years ago, prior to the 08-09 recession. So I would say that the credit quality is pretty good, and I think indicative of that when Moody's came out with its default survey or report, which they did at the end of December, they were projecting default rates would rise to 3.3% for this year versus 3% last year. So a modest increase and still kind of below historic norms.
I'm looking right now at the yield on high yield bonds, 5.29%, and that compares to the 10-year average of 6.7%, so substantially lower than that. And if you extend it out another decade back, it looks really low. What's the correct yield on a junk bond today, given the fact that the Federal Reserve and central banks around the world are holding interest rates so low? What would make you feel comfortable?
Well, I think your point is well taken. Is that with the 10-year Treasury trading today at 1.6%, you're not going to have high yield bonds trading at high single digits, or certainly not at low double digits either, unless there is significant credit issues with those individual companies. So it's a matter of whether you're being paid an appropriate spread. So right now, if we're looking at the spread of high yield, it's about 370 over, 360, 370 over, depending on what measure you're looking at. If and the high yield market had traded in this kind of range for much of the back end or the second half of last year. So I don't think this spread's completely inappropriate. If, as a result of concerns about SARS or other issues, or this virus issue or other problems, spreads were to widen out dramatically to north of 500, I would suggest that would be a significant buying opportunity, because the credit quality is still pretty good out there.
Hey, Ken Monahan, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the high-yield market. As always, Ken Monahan, co-director of Global High Yield, a money pioneer, about $89 billion in assets under management, located in beautiful Durham, North Carolina, home of Duke University. But you're right, Lisa. I mean, it's interesting that return that the high yield have had in 2019. You just wonder, are we going to go back to more normalized rates of return for the high yield market in 2020?
Yeah, what's the alternative, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the idea being if somebody wants the carry, where else are you going to go at this time? Though we are seeing a pretty risk-off move, and there is a question, if you do get a material trend lower in global growth, how much that would impact these particular companies disproportionately. I mean, we've seen this with the Russell 2000. I know that Dave Wilson makes fun of me about this every single day.
It's doing better today versus the other equity indices, so there you go. But do a quick data check here. We are down off the lows, but still down. S&P down 48 to 3247. The Dow Jones Industrial up at 415 points. That's sitting right now at 28,573. And NASDAQ down a little bit more, down about 1.8%, 162 points. That puts the NASDAQ at 9,154. So clearly a risk-off day today. Treasuries trading higher, pushing that 10-year yield down to 1.6%. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It is a sell-off for stocks. Deepening fears about the economic impact of the deadly coronavirus has sent the major benchmarks tumbling. It is a busy week ahead. The Federal Reserve meets and is expected to keep interest rates on hold, plus earnings season in full swing. Apple, Facebook, Exxon, and McDonald's among the companies reporting. Hiring showed signs of cooling off in the fourth quarter. That's according to a survey from the National Association for Business Economics. 18% of the companies questioned said employment had risen over the last 3 months. An equal share said it had fallen. That net reading of 0 was the first since the fourth quarter of 2009. And we mourn the loss of Kobe Bryant. His immense popularity made him a valuable endorser, even after he finished playing. No partnership was as big as his longtime relationship with Nike. Meantime, he was growing as an investor. Among his most successful was an early stake in the sports drink maker, Body Armor. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
You're fierce. You take care of business and don't hold back. Taking care of your health shouldn't be any different. You know when something's off. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, and rashes. Listen to your body. It could be lupus. We're here to help you take control. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. What if you could keep...
Welcome to Nuffield Health Battersea, a gym built around you. You get regular health MOTs to create a plan that works for you, with physios and personal trainers on site. You'll find a wide range of equipment and classes, and our expert team will support you to get the most out of your health, fitness, and your membership. Join today to get the rest of the month free. Search Nuffield Health. Specialists in you. 12-month commitments only. Facilities stated are in most gyms. Visit nuffieldhealth.com/terms.
Boredom. Fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. 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 Mix it up. Skip. Run. Skip. Run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up. Lift. Mix it up. Run. Lift. Splash. Skip. Lift. Run. It's crunch time. Skip. Mix it up. Run. Mix it. Add a boxing class. Skip. Run. Splash. Skip. Run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Mix it. Run.
Mix it. Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre. so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
What do you do to be an everyday superhero, like Mary?
So I know it's tempting to pour used cooking oil straight down the sink, but I spoke to the local council and they said the best way to get rid of oil or fat is to collect it, once it's cooled down, of course, in a used container. And then you can scoop it out and put it in the bin.
Cooking oils and fats block thousands of pipes every year. Save our sewers, rivers and seas by putting them in the bin, where they belong. Visit thameswater.co.uk/bin it. Together, we can care for the environment.
Heroes. They're the ones we look up to, or sometimes down at, if they're under your sink, mending a broken pipe. Whether it's plumbing to plastering, heating to electrics, at Local Heroes, every job completed by an expert tradesperson comes with a 12-month British Gas guarantee when you pay online. So, if it needs fixing, there's a local hero for that. To get a quote, search Local Heroes. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh my days, it's storming the charts at 169.
And last over the line, number 169. You're 169 in line to the throne.
The number 169 never screamed going places until now. Get the Toyota Aygo X-Play for only £169 deposit, then £169 a month with 0% APR representative. Just go. Aygo.
0% APR representative on new sales of Aygo X-Play over 48 months. £169 per month. Customer deposit of £169 when proposed and approved via Access Toyota by 31st of March 2020. £3,311.25p optional final payment. Subject to status to over 18s. Indemnities may be required. Conditions apply. Toyota Financial Services.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, well, the focus is on the impeachment hearings in Washington, D.C. We will take a look at the impact on U.S. national security and foreign policy from the Ukrainian developments. Plus, we'll take a look at corporate governance in light of what we've seen at Boeing, as well as BlackRock's new ESG mission. Right now, let's head over to Greg Jarrett for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg.
Lisa, stocks are coming off earlier lows, but still are down, and you can blame the coronavirus from China. S&P has slid the most in almost 4 months. Tech companies are leading those losses. Philadelphia Semiconductor Index tumbled more than 3%. China-exposed U.S. names Wynn Resorts and NVIDIA plunged at least 4.5%, and airlines are down. European shares fell as much as 2.4%. Chris Rupke at MUFG tells Bloomberg he does not see a hit on the GDP from the coronavirus, at least not yet.
I think the worry for the markets is really what is going to happen to China's economy. As you know, it seems like it's many first quarters of many recent years. The market has been very worried about what are the growth prospects in China. So at the moment, I mean, the number of cases are a little more than a handful in the United States.
We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P's down 1.3%, down 44. Dow's down 1.3%, down 368. It had been down about 420. NASDAQ's down 1.7%, down 154. The 10-year is up 20-30 seconds. The yield 1.61%. West Texas Intermediate's down 1.6% at 53.29 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.5% at 15.8590 an ounce. The dollar yen 108.96. The euro's $1.10.17. The British pound $1.30.61. GM has confirmed plans to build electric pickups and SUVs at its Detroit plant and scheduled to start a production for late next year. Output of electric Cruise Origin driverless vehicles will follow soon after the initial pickups roll off the line, says GM. Currently, General Motors is down 1.9%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Bloomberg Opinion. Informed perspectives and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It's 10:33 on Wall Street. Time to check in with Bloomberg Opinion. We're joined by opinion columnist James Gibney, editor of Bloomberg Opinion based in Washington, D.C. James, apparently former National Security Advisor John Bolton has got a book that's about to come out, and some of that book is leaking out, kind of giving some ammunition to the Democrats as it relates to an impeachment. Give us the latest on what's going on there and what it might mean for, the impeachment trial and maybe even get Mr. Bolton in front of the Senate.
Well, the timing is impeccable because the revelations that are apparently contained in Bolton's book include that Trump told him that there was a clear quid pro quo, that he did not want to release the almost $400 million in aid until Ukraine agreed to open investigations into former Vice President Biden and his son Hunter. The book also had some unflattering revelations about Michael Pompeo, Secretary of State, and including that Pompeo had told Bolton he knew that Rudolph Giuliani's assertions about Marie Yovanovitch, the U.S. ambassador in Ukraine, had no basis. And also, Bolton's account apparently also says that the Attorney General, knew about the July phone call before the Attorney General says that he knew about the July phone call. So a lot of ammunition for the Democrats to work with there, and certainly unsettling revelations.
Senator Mitt Romney reportedly today by Politico saying that it is increasingly likely that the GOP will want John Bolton to testify in front of the Senate. How much credence do we put this? I mean, the idea that this will actually tip the scales in favor of voting for testimony.
It's like that old joke about, the fat lady in the opera. You got to wait till she sings. And I don't know if any Republican senators will end up singing. Certainly the track record is not very good on that front. Susan Collins has disappointed a lot of people who thought that she would come out in the past and take on Trump. But I think what's important to remember here is that John Bolton, if he gets before the Senate, is going to be a very credible witness, one who's very hard to dismiss. Even people who disagree with his opinions respect his experience. They know he's a seasoned bureaucrat. They know that he's also a very good infighter. He doesn't do things lightly. So, this is a really, I think, important revelation if what's said about his book manuscript is correct.
James, you were a Foreign Service officer of the U.S. Department and State Department for many years. I'm going to bring up a story that was very interesting over the weekend. Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State, kind of having a back and forth with his reporter at the NPR, and it just kind of seems odd to see that kind of behavior. Give us a sense of kind of how things are at the State Department these days based upon your experience, and maybe how our allies are viewing our U.S. State Department and kind of how things are coming out there.
Well, I think that Mike Pompeo has really lost a lot of credibility in the last few months, both for his failure to defend U.S. Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch from Trump's attacks and her removal from office, which many people in the department felt were unjustified, and also because of his behavior before the press. This is not the first time that Michael Pompeo has gone after members of the press for asking him uncomfortable questions, and certainly in my experience, it's a departure from the behavior of previous secretaries of state in terms of publicly blowing up like that. So, I think this adds to kind of a general sense of I don't want to say malaise, but certainly despair and folks who are seasoned professionals are probably scratching their heads and saying, do I want to die on this hill?
Well, extrapolate out, please. What is the sort of practical on-the-ground implication then of this, other than just sort of a morale killer in the short term?
Well, I think you remember you're dealing with a State Department and a Defense Department and a National Security Council that are filled with acting officials or unseasoned officials in many capacities. So it's not as if you had a full complement of people on board to deal with this kind of turmoil. You're also dealing with a global environment where there are crises aplenty. You've got the coronavirus going on. It's remarkable to me that while Donald Trump has issued scads of tweets about impeachment, he hasn't said one thing about something that is likely to could become a global pandemic.
This morning, actually, he did tweet out that he was in talks with China, but that has been the first. You are correct.
Right. And then you also have this Iraq rocket attack, including one rocket that hit the U.S. Embassy building itself in the Green Zone. You've got stalemated talks, a stalemated situation with Iran. You've got we're waiting for North Korea to decide what kind of belated Christmas surprise it wants to give us because the U.S. has not done what it wants in negotiations. You've got a possible, shooting war expanding in Libya. You've got a stalemate in Venezuela. You've got spats with allies over everything from the UK allowing Huawei technology into its network. I mean, there's just a lot going on there, and this kind of distraction. Trump is not a guy you associate with the word compartmentalize.
Yeah. James Gibney, thank you so much for being with us. James Gibney, editor of Bloomberg Opinion for Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, as always, for your perspective, especially given your experience as being a Foreign Service officer and a speechwriter for Secretary of State Warren Christopher. Right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. Nathan Hager with world and national headlines. Nathan.
Yeah, Lisa, we continue to follow the possibility of more witnesses being called in President Trump's impeachment trial. Just to expand on what you've been discussing, Senator Mitt Romney says it is increasingly likely at least 4 of his fellow Republican senators will support hearing testimony from President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. That's according to Reuters, and it comes after a leak of Bolton's unpublished book said President Trump wanted to freeze aid to Ukraine until that country's government investigated his political rival. White House spokeswoman Stephanie Grisham tells Fox News the timing of this leak is suspect.
Our team just went on Saturday and in 2 hours undid all of the hours and 24 hours that the Dems did in the Senate trial, and it's very clear the president did nothing wrong. And then suddenly this manuscript has magically appeared in the hands of the New York Times, making very, very big claims.
President Trump's legal team will resume its arguments against his removal from office in just about 2 hours or so. At the White House today, President Trump will meet separately with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his centrist rival Benny Gantz to show them details of the president's long-awaited Middle East peace plan. Palestinian leaders say they weren't invited. They accuse the president and Netanyahu of using this peace plan to distract from their domestic troubles. The Taliban are claiming responsibility for a plane crash in eastern Afghanistan. The militant group says it shot down what it calls a special American aircraft on an intelligence mission. A spokesman for the Taliban says all on board were killed, including high-ranking CIA officers. The U.S. military says it is monitoring. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing, LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Are you interested in a challenge?
Boredom, fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Run. Skip. Run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up. Lift. Mix it up. Run. Lift. Splash. Skip. Lift. Run. It's crunch time. Skip. Mix it up. Run. Mix it out of boxing class. Skip. Run. Splash. Skip. Run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Makes it run. Skip. Makes it run. Makes it.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Rainy January days in London are tough enough without a broken boiler. Keep your home warm and working this winter with 2 years interest-free credit and your boiler installed by one of our expert engineers. Plus, you'll get a 5-year British Gas warranty. And we can even quote by video call after work or on weekends. Get a quote by the 29th of February, and you can also get £200 off a new boiler, or £400 off for our existing home care customers. Search British Gas New Boiler. Conditions apply.
Want to kit out your new kitchen for less? Get to B&Q. We've 20% off all kitchen sinks, taps and appliances when you spend £2,500 on a beautifully designed and affordable good home kitchen. Hurry, offer ends 2nd of February. You can do it when you B&Q it. In-store orders only, maximum 10 appliances, excludes clearance, see DIY.com.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
I think I just be myself, let it come naturally. I never try to, go outside the box.
Super Bowl 54, the biggest game of the year, is live on TuneIn Premium. Be there when the Kansas City Chiefs, dreaming of their first championship in 50 years, collide with the San Francisco 49ers' quest to bring a 6th Lombardi trophy to the Bay Area. Wherever you are when the ball kicks off Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, listen to every electric moment of Super Bowl 54 with the NFL on TuneIn Premium. Search Premium to upgrade today.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks drop even lower after more cases of the coronavirus have been confirmed over the past couple of days. That's ratcheting up worries over the impact of the virus on the world economy. We check the numbers here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P is currently down 1.5%, down 50. The Dow's down 1.5%, down 428 now. The NASDAQ is down 1.9%, down 174. The 10-year is up 20-30 seconds. The yield is 1.61%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 2.1% at 53.04 a barrel. COMEX gold is up 0.6% at 15.88 even per ounce. The dollar yen is at 108.95. The euro is $1.10.14. And the British pound is $1.30.60. Another look at oil as it continues to slide. Again, West Texas Intermediate's down 2.1%. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, we've talked a lot about the everything rally and how there just has been a melt-up. Well, there hasn't been a melt-up when it comes to the shares of Wells Fargo, and Boeing. Boeing in particular absolutely slammed over the past 12 months. Shares down more than 10%. Kind of shocking it's not more. Wells Fargo shares completing the 12-month trailing period at 2.4% of a decline, including dividends. And the question that's emerging is, how much is this a failure of corporate governance? And what does that say going forward about what it'll take to change both some of the issues in these companies as well as others that might be facing similar issues? Richard Chambers joining us now, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Institute for Internal Auditors, the IIA. And really, I want to get a sense, how much was a failure in corporate governance the main driver behind both of the scandals that we saw at Boeing and Wells Fargo?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and it's great to be back. Corporate governance is an ongoing challenge. We have the IIA, the Institute of Internal Auditors, has been surveying around this and doing a good bit of analysis over the last few months. And the issues that we see both at Wells Fargo and at Boeing are not surprising given the kind of results that our analysis has disclosed. In fact, the 8 guiding principles of corporate governance that we have identified jointly with our partner at Neal Center of Corporate Governance at Tennessee, University of Tennessee, those 8 guiding principles, we surveyed around those, and corporate governance overall came out in this country at a barely a passing grade, at a C+. We think there is so much yet to be done, but when you start to look at these 2 companies in particular, there certainly are a lot of questions about culture in the companies, and yet boards have an overly optimistic assessment of the culture in their organizations. Another survey we did said that boards think that the company is better managing that risk, culture, than any other risk. So boards are often surprised when these things happen because they just haven't been focused on them.
It's interesting. At Davos last week, Bloomberg News was reporting a lot of discussion and commentary around sustainability, governance, some of these issues taking more center stage. We even had the Business Roundtable talk a little bit. I guess they announced last year that companies should focus more on sustainability than stock price. And as an old Wall Street guy, it just sounded silly to me. I mean, where do you think corporate America is in terms of balancing, shareholder returns, which have always been kind of the responsibility of boards and management, to maybe some of the, ESG type metrics as well?
Well, I can tell you that our study that we did, the American Corporate Governance Index study that I referred to a minute ago, sustainability was the lowest grade of all areas as far as board oversight. Mere C as an overall grade. I think boards are maybe appropriately reacting to shareholder expectations. Shareholders are anxious to see immediate returns. There's some instant gratification if you're trading in the market by a lot of people, and so boards try to be responsive to that. But I think they fail their shareholders by not doing anything long term, by taking any kind of view on sustainability.
The implication in your results that basically there were some serious problems with corporate governance both at Boeing and Wells Fargo that should have left some of the issues as not a huge surprise leads to another question, which is, are we going to see more surprises like this based on the fact that on average, companies in the U.S. are barely a passing grade, and there probably are others that have severe failures in corporate governance out there?
I think it's inevitable. Unless boards begin to anticipate risks that aren't clearly on the radar, risks like culture. Unless they begin to anticipate it, I think we're in for a lot more of this. Okay, so give us a specific example of something that a corporate board should be doing that you often see a failure to do. Well, I think the corporate board at a minimum should be looking and having conversations with more than just the CEO and the C-suite. Corporate boards should be talking to the head of internal audit, the head of HR, to corporate compliance executives to get a sense of what lies beneath the surface. Because what we often see is when these culture debacles explode is the boards are completely amazed. They're surprised because in many cases they either hired the CEO or the CEO got them appointed, and so there's this natural level of trust there, and they just can't anticipate or don't foresee the kind of problems that the company finally gets itself into.
Well, maybe, it's interesting. BlackRock recently said that sustainability is going to become a much bigger part of their investment process. Do you think that might kickstart some boards to say, hey, if I want the support of a BlackRock or some of these other big investors, I got to take this thing more seriously?
I think it's a good indication of maybe a trend that will emerge. BlackRock, I think, if I'm not mistaken, said that even where they have indexed funds, they intend to get more activist or more active in voting their shares around these issues of sustainability and kind of the strength and effectiveness of corporate governance. So I do think it's a good start, but I think we have a ways to go.
There's sort of a popular belief that during times of froth or rallies, and I don't know if you'll define this as a time of froth, but certainly there's been a very long-standing rally, that shareholders overlook problems more easily because they just want the gains. Do you feel like corporate governance has deteriorated and that just in general internal auditing standards have deteriorated as shareholders become more forgiving in light of the gains that we've seen?
I do think that when everything is going well, there's a tendency not to look below the surface. You see the water's calm, but you may not see the currents underneath. And unfortunately, a lot of these things tend to build up over time. I think I saw where somebody observed recently, it was Hemingway who said, everything is calm until it isn't. I think it was everything is subtle until it becomes very
jumps out and right in your face.
Absolutely right.
So just real quickly, external auditors, how much responsibility should they bear for some of these issues?
Well, the external auditors have a tough job to do. I think they're doing probably a lot better job than they were 20 years ago in the wake of Enron, WorldCom, and all the accounting reforms. I think they're doing a better job. Again, if you look, many of the big corporate scandals we're talking about, even the ones you referred to earlier today, weren't financial reporting frauds. They're not misstatements that the external auditors overlooked. And until external auditing regulations or standards require them to look beneath the surface at things like culture, at what kind of compliance culture, for example, a company has. Until those are required, I don't think that they're going to be the ones who identify these things. These are the things that the internal auditors can find.
Richard Chambers, thanks so much for joining us. Richard Chambers, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Internal Auditors, based down in Altamont Springs, Florida, right near Orlando, I believe. Looking at the markets here, quick data check. We are plunging close to the lows. The S&P down 53 points, Dow down 462, and the Russell down also.
Yeah, Dow actually erased gains for the year based on what we're seeing today.
Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on that. That continues to be coronavirus issues, concerns spooking the market. This is Bloomberg.
Business is like a puzzle.
Boredom, fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. Run, run. Mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up, lift. Mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time. Skip, mix it up, run. Mix it out of boxing class. Skip, run, splash, skip, run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Mix it up. Mix it. Run. Mix it.
This is not a cat. This is not a rocket. And this is not a sale. That's right. At Smarty Mobile, we're not having a sale. While others are slashing prices, we're introducing our best ever new plans. Take our new 30 gig data SIM for just £10 a month. With unlimited calls and texts and no speed restrictions, credit checks or contract tying you down, why shop around? New plans, great value. Now that's Smarty. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Look at that. A riveting quest. A glorious opportunity. A scratch card. Yet he remains unfazed by the challenge, wavering at nothing.
Miss, please keep it down. We're in the quiet area.
Sorry. Here we are. The moment of truth. As he reaches...
Instant excitement with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Welcome aboard Europe's 169th safest airline.
You were like my 169th biggest crush in school.
Your total body age is 169.
The number 169 never screamed glamour until now. Get the Toyota Aygo X-Blade for only £169 deposit, then £169 a month with 0% APR representative. Just go. Aygo.
0% APR representative on new sales of Aygo X-Play over 48 months. £169 per month. Customer deposit of £169 when proposed and approved via Access Toyota by 31st of March 2020. £3,311.25p optional final payment. Subject to status to over 18s. Indemnities may be required. Conditions apply. Toyota Financial Services.
4 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney.
Are we on the brink of a more serious downturn?
I've always thought of the municipal bond market as a little bit of a safe haven.
Banks are going to have to start paying their depositors more.
Are we still in that mode where we're buying the dips?
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
Cash, if you're looking at Treasury bills, provides a higher return than stocks and bonds here in the U.S.
If your consumer is a woman, you're more likely to be a growth company.
Longer-term interest rates can go down, even with short-term interest rates still going up a little bit.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Coming up, the sell-off deepening as people assess the spread of the coronavirus. We'll get both an update on the virus as well as exactly how many investors are thinking buy the dip versus get out. Right now, let's head over to our own Greg Jarrett for a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Indeed, Lisa, stocks are moving even lower. Fears of the spread of that virus from China with over 5 cases now confirmed in the USA. Kid Jukes, Societe Generale, tells Bloomberg the coronavirus will affect markets, especially in China, where he says it'll also affect the economy.
Because growth is going to be definitely impacted. We can speculate how much this might affect the U.S., but the Chinese economy is going to feel this for a while. And I think it also probably puts paid to hopes of some people that you might get German government bond yields, 10-year yields back into positive territory or anything like that. We're going to be stuck in negative territory for months.
How about a couple of examples? Global companies, including Honda and Group PSA, are evacuating workers from areas of China hardest hit by the deadly viral outbreak. Theme park operators, movie theaters, retailers, and restaurant chains are suspending or curtailing operations to protect workers and limit the spread. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is down 1.5%, down 49. Dow's down 1.5%, down 428, and the Nasdaq's down 1.9%, down 174. The 10-year's up 22 seconds with a yield of 1.60%. West Texas Intermediate crude is down 2.6% at 52.78 a barrel, while COMEX gold's up 0.7% at 15.8890 an ounce. The dollar yen stands at 108.91. The euro's $1.10.11. The British pound $1.30.53. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continues now with Lisa and Paul.
Greg Jarrett, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Decidedly a risk-off day today. The S&P off about 1.5%. Let's see what the action is in small and mid-cap stocks. We welcome Bloomberg Stocks Editor Dave Wilson. Dave, what are you looking at?
Well, smaller companies are not down as much as larger ones.
I know.
Today.
We were talking about that earlier, Paul and I.
And we were talking about on Friday about how the Russell 2000 index was at a 12-year low relative to the S&P 500. So it's actually come off its low today. Maybe that has something to do with it. It's also my chart of the day, by the way, but we'll save that for later. Okay. 3:30 Wall Street time when I talk about that.
Stay tuned.
Anyway, the Russell's down about 1.2%. The S&P 500 lower by 1.4% at the moment. Now, the Russell's steepest drop belongs to Scorpio Bulkers, whose ticker is SALT, S-A-L-T. The owner of commodity tankers has lost 12%. Fourth quarter revenue trailed analyst average estimate in a Bloomberg survey. Crawford and Company, the ticker CRD/A, at least on the Bloomberg terminal. Symbols may vary elsewhere. That stock down more than 11%. The insurance claim manager said it will have an unexpected fourth quarter loss tied to accounting charges. And Pierce Pharmaceuticals, ticker PIRS, has fallen more than 10%. The drug developer disclosed it will stop work on an anemia medicine after a Japanese partner withdrew from a marketing deal. Now, the Russell's biggest game belongs to Vir Biotechnology, ticker VIR. It's up almost 26.5%. Vir said it's looking at whether it has or can develop therapies to neutralize the coronavirus. Now, shares of other companies working on coronavirus medicine are also climbing. Inovio Pharmaceuticals, ticker INO, is up 22.5%. Novavax, ticker NVAX, is up almost 14%. And BioCryst Pharmaceuticals, ticker BCRX, is up more than 13%.
Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks Editor, thank you so much, as always, for being with us. And, of course, what's driving the risk-off feel is the coronavirus, which has been spreading, and some of the measures that China has taken to prevent further spread. Joining us, who has been weighing in all morning and all week last week, Drew Armstrong, team leader for U.S. Healthcare at Bloomberg. Drew, can you just bring us up to date? What is the latest in terms of the spread and the efforts to contain the virus at this point?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest things we're watching right now are kind of looking out for new global cases. We do know CDC is going to brief reporters a little bit later this morning, and we may get some updates on exactly what the situation is in the U.S., where we have 5 confirmed cases, but several dozen people who have been under observation or in isolation. You know, approaching 3,000 cases in China. The counts there continue to rise. I mean, we've seen several hundred more cases added each day. And I think the biggest thing everybody is looking at is, do things in China accelerate and continue to grow in a meaningful way, meaning you've got kind of sustained ongoing transmission, and a lot of the lockdowns that they've been doing there aren't working, which is a possibility. And do we see kind of ongoing, do we see new transmission happening outside of China, which would really put this in a new phase?
So, Drew, just give us some sense of context, maybe relative to, say, the SARS virus that of several years ago. Where are we in scope relative to that?
You know, I think there's a lot of similarities, and people do make that comparison. I mean, there's similar types of viruses. Both are coronaviruses. They appear to come from some kind of animal reservoir in China, and both are respiratory illnesses that can be deadly in the wrong type of patient. You're looking at people who are maybe a little bit older, maybe a little bit sicker. Those folks are, in general, more vulnerable to any type of illness, whether it be the flu or one of these more novel pathogens that we've been seeing. And so, you know, you're seeing the same types of restrictions on trade, the same types of economic worries that we're having here. SARS was a lot bigger than this was, but it's very early days. I mean, that was a long-running epidemic. I think one of the things you have seen that is different from SARS is that public health authorities around the globe are increasingly sophisticated about how they respond to this. China, in particular, is increasingly sophisticated. China was a very different place in 2002, 2003 from where it is now. Some of the same practices, you know, we're talking about these wet markets and things like that, or, you know, this coming from an animal reservoir, maybe in bats or something. Those are still the type of things you worry about and that do seem similar. But China is a really different country than, you know, 15 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, although there are issues in terms of not having the right hospital beds or enough hospitals. They're building hospitals currently as we speak to try to meet the demand. Also, just some basic supplies, the idea of gowns and protective equipment for the medical workers to take care of the patients. How is that kind of, I guess, illuminating issues within China that are going to make this harder to sort of stave off, even with the quarantine that's currently in place?
Yeah, anytime you have a widespread outbreak, one of the big things that you worry about is isolation and containment. This is something that public health experts are going to talk. If you have people who are contagious, you don't want them around other people, and especially when you've got a virus that is this new and has some of these scary potential consequences to it, you need hospital beds and you need isolation units. When you're dealing with thousands of new cases, no city around the globe is going to have the capacity to say, hey, we need to put 3,000 people in isolation, and we need to do it tomorrow. So you've got to build, and that's why they're putting together a hospital to deal with this. They did the same thing with SARS during that outbreak. So some of this is saying we just need to get the facilities in place where we can do the basic fundamental public health medical work to get these cases out of the population and stop them from potentially transmitting. That is going to be made tricky by this thing because it has a long incubation period. We don't know, are people with really mild symptoms spreading it around without necessarily knowing they get sick? There's some complicating factors here that I think the experts dealing with it are really still trying to get their hands on.
Hey, Drew, real quickly, how did the SARS issue kind of take care of itself, or how did that play out?
Almost every single outbreak like this, it comes down to good public health practices. I mean, you get people,
so there's not like a vaccine that came out for SARS.
Vaccines tend to take, when you talk about drugs, you need months or years. Often they get developed well after an outbreak has ended. We have an Ebola vaccine now, right, but we also started developing it in the beginning of the first outbreak in the 2010s, and we only just now have it.
Okay. Drew Armstrong, thanks so much for that update. We'll look for the CDC briefing of reporters, 11:30 Wall Street time. Drew Armstrong, team leader for U.S. Healthcare, a busy reporter as the healthcare team is as they track this coronavirus. Drew Armstrong from Bloomberg News joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Looking at the markets right here, still trading off as you would expect, down about 48 points on the S&P, down about 415 points on the Dow, and NASDAQ down about 173 points. That's off 1.85% on the NASDAQ, so a little bit more there in these markets. Right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studio in Washington, D.C. for World and National Headlines with Nathan Hager. Nathan.
Paul, Republican Senator Mitt Romney says it is increasingly likely at least 4 GOP senators will vote to call witnesses in President Trump's impeachment trial. Romney says he'd like to hear from former National Security Advisor John Bolton. That's after the New York Times reported on a leak of Bolton's book manuscript that says President Trump wanted Ukraine aid stalled until that country agreed to investigate Joe Biden.
What impact that might have would be dependent upon all the facts associated with it. We hear from, obviously, prosecution and defense as to what was relevant and what was said and how that might influence our final vote.
In addition to Romney, Maine Republican Susan Collins put out a statement saying the reports on Bolton's book strengthen the case for witnesses. Now, the White House says Bolton's reported claims are not true, and the National Security Council says no White House staffers outside the agency saw Bolton's manuscript. An explosive fire at a boat dock along the Tennessee River in Alabama has left a number of fatalities and up to 7 people reported missing. Sheriff's deputies in the region say at least 35 boats were consumed in this fire. It was first reported just after midnight local time as people living in their boats were sleeping. Fans around the world continue to grapple with the sudden loss of NBA legend Kobe Bryant. Hall of Fame sportscaster Marv Albert.
My first reaction was disbelief, shock, surreal, and you can see the reaction from throughout the country and from athletes from other sports because of the respect for Kobe and the commitment he made to the game, and of course, obviously, what a great player.
Investigation continues into the helicopter crash that claimed his life and 8 others. Global news on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg.
If you promise to cover the latest financial and business news from Asia,
we're talking about social enterprises in Asian countries
with expert analysts who really understand Asia.
Aren't you encouraged with respect to U.S.-China trade?
Then you must be us.
Tell us about the trend within this part of the world.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
What sort of fiscal stimulus do you think we'll see?
Tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
My name is Hunter Hayes. I know myself, and I know my buzzed warning signs. One shot is about knowing my limits, or not necessarily knowing my limits.
I start with one shot to have a good time.
One of the signs that I'm starting to feel a little buzzed is when I start solving not only my own problems, but the entire world's problems. When I know I'm going out, I know I'm going to start with calling for a ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Boredom, fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. Run, run, mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift, mix it up, lift, mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time, skip, mix it up, run, mix it out of boxing class. Skip, run, splash, skip, run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run, mix it up, skip, mix it, run.
Mix it.
Hey, have you heard? The Mayor of London has launched his latest van scrappage scheme to help tackle London's toxic air. Small businesses or sole traders like me with a polluting van could now get £7,000, which you could use to trade up to a Euro 6 vehicle. And you could get an extra £2,500 towards running costs if you go electric. The scheme is now even easier to qualify for, and it's open to any businesses with up to 50 employees, like mine. So, I'm going to search TfL scrappage to see if I'm eligible and apply. You should do the same. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Listen, we know you're not here for ads, but while you're waiting for the music, cybercriminals might be waiting for you to expose your login credentials and payment information over Wi-Fi. Help keep your online activity private with Norton 360. It gives you multiple layers of protection, including secure VPN with bank-grade encryption, device security, password manager, and PC cloud backup. Go to uk.norton.com to get all-in-one protection starting at $24.99 for your first year. Terms apply. That's uk.norton.com.
This is not a cat. This is not a rocket. And this is not a sale. That's right. At Smarty Mobile, we're not having a sale. While others are slashing prices, we're introducing our best ever new plans. Take our new 30-gig data SIM for just £10 a month. With unlimited calls and texts and no speed restrictions, credit checks or contract tying you down, why shop around? New plans, great value. Now that's Smarty. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
I've always loved a kitchen experiment, especially smoothies. I've blended all sorts of mad combinations. Strawberry and charcoal, broccoli and chocolate. Not my best, that. But when I test blenders in the Witch Lab, it's not about flavour, it's about performance. Our tests use proper tough stuff, hard ice, strong veg, rough nuts. And the blenders that can hack it are the only ones we recommend for your kitchen.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Look at that. A riveting quest. A glorious opportunity. A scratch card. Yet he remains unfazed by the challenge, wavering at nothing.
Miss, please keep it down. We're in the quiet area.
Sorry. Here we are. The moment of truth. As he reaches... Instant excitement with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Winter joggers of London, it's miserable out. Your legs are caked in mud and your nose is running faster than you. Then, get that heating on. You deserve it. Thanks to Hive Active Heating, you can control your heating wherever you are with a tap of the app, which could save you up to £120 a year by never having to heat an empty home. Buy today and get a free Amazon Echo Dot. Search Hive Heating. Hive services require broadband and Wi-Fi. Terms apply.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks are down, and you can blame the coronavirus from China. The Dow Jones Industrial Average erased its advance for the year. The S&P slid the most in almost 4 months. Tech and energy companies lead those losses. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index tumbles 3.5%. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500's down 1.6%, down 52. The Dow's also down 1.6%, now down 460. Lows of the session. NASDAQ is down 2%, down 186. The 10-year is up 21.30 seconds. The yield is 1.61%. West Texas Intermediate crude is down 2.75% at 52.71 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.7% at 15.8860 an ounce. The dollar yen 108.91. The euro $1.10.12, and the British pound $1.30.55. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, on days like today, when you have a big sell-off in the equity markets, it's good to speak to a seasoned, grizzled veteran, and we have that in Hugh Johnson, Chairman and Chief Investment Officer of Hugh Johnson Associates, with about $1.5 billion under management. Hugh, it's great to chat with you today. Help us just to put what we're seeing today on the tape into some context for us.
Well, first of all, nobody knows, including myself, what's going to be the outcome for the economy of China, the economy of the U.S., and, of course, the financial markets. We have some things that can reasonably serve as a guide. We, of course, had the SARS epidemic or problem that we had in 2003, and in 2014 we had Ebola. In other words, we've had this kind of thing before, and it's told us to kind of, don't get caught up in the panic. I think that's always a mistake. So I think don't get caught up in the panic. Maybe step back from what's going on and let the dust settle, or let the market settle down before you start making any investment decisions. There is a somewhat bright side of this, if you can see anything bright in this, and that is we've gone from a level, at least as I do the numbers, of being meaningfully overvalued to being, let's say, a little bit overvalued, but not as much overvalued. In other words, this could have an opportunity, but it's not here yet. So the main thing is don't get caught up in it and don't panic.
It's not here yet. When do you decide to buy the dip?
That's really a good question. I think you buy the dip when the valuations look a little bit better. We started the day to put some numbers on it, Lisa. As I do the numbers, 5% overvalued or above the level we should average in the current quarter. This is kind of fun with numbers. We've come down to where we're still a little bit overvalued, 3.6%. I think you wait a couple more days. If we got down to a level of, say, even being fairly valued or 1% overvalued, I'd start to buy, maybe buy some things. Keep in mind,
wait, hold on. Just how much further do we have to go to get to that point?
Well, as I say, you've got to go down another 3 to 5%. In my view, 3 to 5%. In the either you can measure it by the S&P or the Dow. If you went down that much, I think then you could probably start to buy.
Well, what are some areas that you would be buying, when this market does settle down, or if we do get that pullback you were suggesting?
Well, that's great. That's a great question because I haven't been very constructive or positive on the markets. I've been saying, the markets are not going to have a particularly good year, especially after what we had in 2019. So I've been trying to tell investors that what we've been doing is to add a little defense to portfolios and doing things like making sure you buy large capitalization stocks, add some defense by buying utilities and consumer staples. Make sure you buy some value stocks. I'm not saying load up. I'm not saying reduce your allocation to equities, but I'm saying in 2020 is going to be a lot more difficult a year. You can see that very clearly than 2019. So I'm saying add a little defense to portfolios. Remember, this has been an extraordinarily long cycle, the longest bull market in history, the longest expansion in history. Common sense alone says, look, trees don't grow to the sky. You might add a little defense to portfolios. It's not time to go into the bunkers. It's not time to take too much risk off the table, but you have to watch very closely when you're a record when you've got these records staring you in the face.
On the flip side, what would you have to see with respect to the spread of the coronavirus and the subsequent slowdown in the Chinese and other related economies
to change your view and become even more pessimistic?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not sure what it would take, but I think it would probably be you have to watch the news, and it's not going to be something you can easily quantify. And the news that you really want to watch is what's going on to China. You know, the Chinese economy is going to slow this year, 6.1% down to 5.8%. If we got numbers or forecasts, shall we say, from sensible people that looks like 5.5%, then we're talking about the impact of this of the coronavirus being a lot more significant than we had previously estimated or forecast. And then we've got to reduce our forecast for the global economy, our forecast for not only China, our forecast for the U.S. Remember, China is an important export destination for the U.S. And then we're going to bring earnings estimates for the S&P down, and that's when we're going to have some real problems, I think, in the markets. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but nevertheless, that's what you got to watch. You got to watch what's going to be the impact on China, an important export destination for the U.S.
You mentioned earnings were maybe a third of the way through this earnings season. Any takeaways for you so far?
Yeah, it's a puzzling thing, and it's been puzzling for every earnings season we've seen for the last 4 or 5 earnings season, and that is companies are coming in with better than expected earnings. That's not as good as we saw for the third quarter that we saw in the fourth quarter. We still have 70% of the companies giving us earnings that are above expectations, but at the same time that we're getting that for the fourth quarter of 2019, earnings expectations are forecast by myself and others for 2020 keep coming down. We were at about 10% at the start of the fourth quarter. We're now down pretty close to 8%, 8.3%. So estimates for 2020 keep coming down, and so I'm happy about what we saw for the fourth quarter. I'm not really happy about what I'm seeing lying ahead for 2020, and that makes my concerns or worries about valuation even deeper.
Hugh Johnson, thank you so much for being with us. Hugh Johnson, Chairman and Chief Investment Officer of Hugh Johnson Advisors, overseeing $1.5 billion from Albany, New York. And we are seeing the risk-off feel deepen today as people assess the economic fallout of the coronavirus and sort of the uncertainty that gets introduced by something that is not yet contained and that is so unknown as far as all of its properties go. Right now, NASDAQ leading the declines lower, down 1.94%. Leading, frankly, at session lows. You're seeing the S&P down 1.5%, down similarly, and the yield curve flattening, the biggest 5-day streak of flattening since September as people assess global growth going forward. From New York, this is Bloomberg Markets.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks taking a hit this morning, mounting concern about the coronavirus in China triggering a rush for safer investments. Chinese authorities said the virus isn't yet under control despite aggressive steps to limit movement for millions of people. Meantime, it's Federal Reserve Week. Officials set to vote for leaving their policy rate unchanged for now. With the ink barely dry on the U.S.-China trade truce, the central bank has little incentive to change course. That decision comes Wednesday afternoon. Sprint subscriber gains exceeded analyst predictions in a surprising show of strength for the smallest major carrier in the U.S. Sprint executives have said the company will be unable to compete against its larger rivals if it's not allowed to combine with T-Mobile. Sprint has about $40 billion in debt. And Disney is developing a live-action remake of Bambi. The company has hired 2 writers to pen a screenplay. Disney has not committed to a production or release date. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Imagine being fired because of who you love. Imagine being denied medical treatment because of who you marry. Imagine being evicted because of who you are. Millions of Americans don't have to imagine this. They have to live it. Because in 31 states, it's legal to discriminate against LGBT people. Get the facts at beyondido.org. Brought to you by the Gill Foundation and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Boredom, fitness enemy number 1. So don't just run. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Run. Skip. Run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up. Lift. Mix it up. Run. Lift. Splash. Skip. Lift. Run. It's crunch time. Skip. Mix it up. Run. Mix it. Add a boxing class. Skip. Run. Splash. Skip. Run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Mix it. Run.
Mix it. At Asda, our baby event is now on. A 47-pack of Pampers Premium Protection size 3 nappies was £7, now £4.25. And a 12-pack of sensitive wipes was £10, now £7. Big baby brands, tiny prices. Don't compromise. Asda, save money, live better. Selected stores and lines subject to availability.
I used to be a bit of a rubbish sleeper. I'd toss and turn all night. And somehow I could never find the comfy bit of the mattress. It was a proper nightmare. That's what brought me here. Testing mattresses in the Which Test Lab. We use a custom-made barrel rolling machine to simulate a decade's worth of use. And the mattresses that perform best are the only ones we recommend for your bedroom.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Winter joggers of London, it's miserable out. Your legs are caked in mud and your nose is running faster than you. Then, get that heating on. You deserve it. Thanks to Hive Active Heating, you can control your heating wherever you are with a tap of the app, which could save you up to £120 a year by never having to heat an empty home. Buy today and get a free Amazon Echo Dot. Search Hive Heating. Hive services require broadband and Wi-Fi. Terms apply.
Welcome aboard Europe's 169th safest airline.
You were like my 169th biggest crush in school.
Your total body age is 169.
The number 169 never screamed glamour until now. Get the Toyota Aygo X-Play for only £169 deposit, then £169 a month with 0% APR representative. Just go. Aygo.
0% APR representative on new sales of Aygo X-Play over 48 months. £169 per month. Customer deposit of £169 when proposed and approved via Access Toyota by 31st of March 2020. £3,311.25p optional final payment. Subject to status to over 18s. Indemnities may be required. Conditions apply. Toyota Financial Services.
Don't miss Super Bowl 54 because you can't watch the game on TV.
Nice hit over the left guard. Touchdown.
Listen to every second of the action with your phone, tablet, computer, or connected device. All you need is a TuneIn Premium subscription.
Search Premium to upgrade today. Cutting for the net. Scores! On the goal line. Marshawn scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, we're going to talk about the legacy of Kobe Bryant. Plus, we're going to speak with Rosabeth Moss-Cantor, professor at Harvard Business School, and discussing her new book entitled Think Outside the Building, How Advanced Leaders Can Change the World One Smart Innovation at a Time. But first, let's go to Greg Jarrett of Bloomberg News for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg.
All stocks continue to tumble following the sell-off in markets in Europe and Japan. Investors are even more concerned now about the potential economic impact of the outbreak of deadly coronavirus. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is down 1.5%, down 50. Dow's down 1.5%, down 439. The Nasdaq's down 1.9%, down 175. The 10-year is up 21.30 seconds. The yield 1.61%. West Texas Intermediate crude's down 2.75% at 52.72 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.6% at 15.8820 an ounce. The dollar yen 108.94. The euro $1.10.19. The British pound $1.30.57. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
The death of Kobe Bryant has ricocheted around the world. This has not just been an isolated incident or tragedy to the basketball world or the LA Lakers, where he was a preeminent player, but Italy, where he grew up, and throughout the sports and beyond world, where he was a role model for many, many people in the world, remembering Kobe Bryant after a tragic accident still being investigated that also took the life of his daughter, Gianna. Bloomberg Radio spoke with this NBA legend just 5 months ago. Bryant sat down with Bloomberg Business Week hosts Carol Massar and Jason Kelly to discuss life after basketball. And now it seems like an appropriate time to listen back to the conversation. Here is Carol and Jason speaking to Kobe Bryant in August.
You have gone through a transition, obviously.
Yeah.
I love that you're an author. I was reading somewhere that you kind of knew it was time to go, that you were thinking a lot about storytelling.
Yeah.
Have you always been a writer?
I have. I've been practicing writing. I started writing my junior year in high school. And when I got to the NBA, there's a lot of downtime in travel and hotels and things of that sort. So I would just write. And a lot of the things that I used to write were just ads. I would write advertisements. I had an ad agency that I founded, and we did a lot of work, won some awards for being a small agency. And then when I retired, it was like, okay, well, what am I going to do now? Well, I don't know. I enjoy writing, and I'll write a film. So I wrote Dear Basketball, and was very fortunate for that to be successful, and then just continued on.
And how is it different from what, how many years you played in the NBA? I mean, what are you learning kind of about yourself in doing this?
Well, how much I enjoy teaching and passing on information to the next generation. It feels much, much better than any championship that can be won, because it's more lasting, right? If I can do something that inspires a kid in some way, or gets the kid to view something differently in some way, and then he goes through his life, she goes through her life, and then in turn they inspire someone else, you create this domino effect that is far greater than any championship that can be won. And
huge
that's
impact,
fun.
Right?
Huge.
One thing I want to ask you about, and I guess it's kind of near and dear to both of us, but we think about equality in sports, and we've been talking about how tennis seems to have figured it out, but a lot of other sports haven't. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. And that's probably I won't say probably, it is our mission. To do something about that. I mean, I have 4 girls. And the first 2 are definitely athletes. Mm-hmm. The third one and the fourth one, we'll see, still too young. But if I had to bet, I'd say they'd be athletes as well. Right. So it's important to fight for that and make sure that when they come of age, that they are ready to get equal pay, right? And fight for what it is that they deserve.
Why has it been such a struggle, do you think?
That's a great question. I do not know. Yeah. It's like there's a lack of investment. I tell you, like in basketball, for example, the WNBA. I said, okay, well, the WNBA is not as popular as the NBA. Okay, well, I can remember the NBA when it first started. And I remember some companies putting a lot of money behind marketing players.
Yeah.
And through marketing those players, the popularity of the game picked up. You guys are sitting here and saying, okay, you're waiting for the WNBA to become popular. Well, we're waiting on the investment.
Right.
From corporations to start telling the stories of some of these young women that have unbelievable stories,
right. Yeah.
Unbelievable inspirational stories to tell, and they're not being told. Why? Right? And so we're going to get there.
That was Kobe Bryant speaking with Bloomberg Business Week host Carol Massar and Jason Kelly. Bryant was killed in a helicopter crash yesterday at 41 years old. All told, there were 9 among the dead, including Bryant's 13-year-old daughter, Gianna. To help us put some context around this developing story, welcome our good friend Scott Soshnick. Scott is sports business reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So obviously, Scott, I'd love for you to just kind of help put the legacy of Kobe Bryant into context. He was obviously one of the all-time greats in the NBA, but it goes farther than that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you see the response from the sports world and the entertainment world globally. Shows you the kind of effect he had on people. And I was there at Staples. I felt like I had a second home in LA because every year they were in the finals and I was there watching Shaq and Kobe and Phil. And Phil Jackson, he said his relationship with Kobe transcended the norm. That Kobe went beyond the veil, and most people know Phil Jackson liked to give his players books, And he wanted players to extract a message from those books. I mean, he picked particular books for a reason, but he would never tell the players why. He wanted them to figure it out for themselves. So one of the books early on he gave Kobe was Sun Tzu's The Art of War, which I had read. So I once asked Kobe, what'd you take away from it? Why do you think Phil gave you this book? And he said, well, this one wasn't a hard one for Kobe. He said he wanted me to understand that the general of the army could not enjoy perks that everybody else did not enjoy, did not get, because they will not follow you, they will not respect you, you could not lead those troops. And that was sort of the thing Kobe did throughout his career. It was an evolution. He did change. I mean, early on, he was a teenager out of high school, but he consistently got better, both body and mind. And as David Stern used to say, that relentless pursuit of perfection, that defined Kobe as well on the floor.
And it's telling the clip that we have from him back in August was talking about the WNBA, considering the fact that he was a huge supporter of his daughter, who is a budding basketball player herself at age 13, who is also tragically killed in this crash.
That changed Kobe too. I mean, anybody who's had kids, obviously it changes you, but he had 4 girls. And to watch Kobe, there's a video out of him sitting courtside recently with his daughter, and he's pointing certain things out. And towards the end, you see she gets it, and they mouth the same words to each other. And this smile comes across Kobe's face like, the student has learned well. That's what I wanted her to learn. And yeah, it's a satisfying moment for him then to be with his daughter and be able to teach her like that. You could see the fun that he had with her, both in basketball and other sports. He had his Mamba Academy. That's where he was going.
Yes.
He was going to his Mamba Academy where there were tons of kids waiting to learn from Kobe Bryant.
Aww.
Scott Soshnick, thank you so much for joining us. Scott's a sports business reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, giving us some perspective on the legacy that is Kobe Bryant.
Also a host of the Business of Sports podcast, which is wonderful, but such a tragedy. Wow. Yeah. Especially considering just how important he was to so many people as a human being beyond all of his fame within the basketball world.
Yeah, this will be felt for a long time, certainly in the sports world and beyond. And we saw that at the awards last night as well. And right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. for World and National Headlines with Nathan Hager. Nathan.
Well, thank you. At least 2 Republican senators are now leaning toward calling witnesses in President Trump's impeachment trial. That's after the New York Times reported on a leaked book manuscript from former National Security Advisor John Bolton. It reportedly says President Trump wanted aid to Ukraine frozen until the country investigated Joe Biden. Republican Mitt Romney of Utah.
I think it's increasingly likely that other Republicans will join those of us who think we should hear from John Bolton.
And Maine's Susan Collins released a statement saying the reports about Bolton's book strengthened the case for witnesses. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney would be an even more important witness. Speaking right now on Capitol Hill, Republicans, including Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, say Bolton's book doesn't change the facts of the impeachment case. At the White House, President Trump says nothing was ever said to Bolton, though he says he hasn't seen his former aide's manuscript. The president is meeting separately today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and centrist rival Benny Gantz. The president says he will release his long-awaited Middle East peace plan at noon tomorrow, Wall Street time. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has just provided an update on the coronavirus in the U.S. It says there are no new cases beyond the 5 already confirmed, but 110 patients are being monitored. CDC says the virus does not appear to have mutated. The death toll in China is up to at least 80. Drug makers Gilead Sciences and AbbVie are racing to see if their existing treatments can be repurposed to treat the coronavirus. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation. number one in professional development support, and number one in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
25 years ago, NJIT graduate Dick Sweeney co-founded Keurig Green Mountain, a company whose incredible innovations changed the way the world brews a cup of coffee. Today, he lectures widely on business leadership and is a strong advocate for NJIT's work to combine business education with the power of STEM.
NJIT is definitely fostering the innovative thinking for budding entrepreneurs simply because that's the world we live in. NJIT is producing students that have been trained, educated, and given the business acumen to be a contributor to a company. The distinct mission is to develop great STEM scholars. The attributes I've always looked for in team members are heart, smarts, guts, and luck. So we want people with passion, intelligence, courage, and never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Are you in boredom? Fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Run. Skip. Run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up. Lift. Mix it up. Run. Lift. Splash. Skip. Lift. Run. It's crunch time. Skip. Mix it up. Run. Mix it out of boxing class. Skip. Run. Splash. Skip. Run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Mix it. Run. Mix it.
When it comes to music, I've heard it all. Pink Floyd, Sean Paul, Slipknot. But in the Witch Test Lab, hearing isn't enough. When we test headphones, we really listen. Not just to the music, but to the stuff that gets in the way. The traffic, the chatter, all that. Mind the gap. We simulate the loudest commute to find you the headphones that cancel out the noise. So you know we're only recommending the best.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Winter joggers of London, it's miserable out. Your legs are caked in mud and your nose is running faster than you. Then, get that heating on. You deserve it. Thanks to Hive Active Heating, you can control your heating wherever you are with a tap of the app, which could save you up to £120 a year by never having to heat an empty home. Buy today and get a free Amazon Echo Dot. Search Hive Heating. Hive services require broadband and Wi-Fi. Terms apply.
Got the pick and mix, Sergey? Oh yeah. What movie are we watching? Superhero. Sergey, we have superpowers. Look, I can fly. And I've got claws and a tail. Sergey, you've always had claws and a tail. Oh yeah. Did I always have laser vision? Oh no, Sergey, close your eyes. Enjoy endless adventures with 2-for-1 cinema tickets from Meerkat Movies when you buy through Compare the Market. Qualifying purchases Tuesdays or Wednesdays. Participating cinemas, 2 standard tickets only. Cheapest ticket free. T's and C's apply.
Taking it for a spin has changed. Giving it a whirl has changed. With £500 towards a qualifying new Vauxhall with 4.9% APR representative when you take a test drive, the rules have changed. Book your test drive now. Vauxhall. New rules Britannia. Allowance provided as deposit contribution on qualifying new Vauxhalls. Conditional sale and personal contract purchase only. Subject to status. T's and C's. 18 plus Vauxhall Finance. Registered by 2nd of April 2020. Search Try Your New Vauxhall.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
Right
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks are pretty deep into the red as the fallout from the deadly coronavirus results in a flight to havens and steep declines in oil prices. We check those numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is down 1.4%, down 45. Dow's down 1.4%, down 405. And the NASDAQ is down 1.75%, down 160. The 10 years up, 21.30 seconds. The yield 1.61%. West Texas Intermediate crude is down 2.9% at 52.62 a barrel, with COMEX gold up 0.6%, 15.87 even per ounce. The dollar yen 108.98. The euro is $1.10.18, and the British pound $1.30.53. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, we often hear the phrase, think outside the box, but how about thinking outside the building? That's what our next guest suggests that we do. Rosabeth Moss-Cantor, she's the Arbuckle Professor of Business Administration at the Harvard Business School, also Chair and Director of Harvard's Advanced Leadership Initiative. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Rosabeth, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate you coming here. Talk to us about your book, Think Outside the Building, How Advanced Leaders Can Change the World, One Smart Innovation at a Time. That's the title of your book. What's the key takeaway there?
So if you want innovation, you can't stay stuck within today's structures, today's assumptions, today's thinking. And if you think about it, I mean, here we are, we're in a highly digital radio program. The news is no longer the newspaper. Education isn't the school or the classroom. Health is not the hospital. It's a lot of stuff that goes on outside and around it. And we're fixing health by fixing nutrition, for example. So if you're constrained by your job, the particular company you work for, if you're constrained by conventional thinking, you never can do anything novel or innovative. So you have to get out.
Can you give us an example of somebody who did this and took a risk and became incredibly successful in their sort of innovations?
Well, in many ways, most entrepreneurs do some of that. I mean, they see that there's something totally different possible because they see the gaps. So Uber, even though it had a very checkered history in the beginning in terms of regulators and lots of other things, I mean, that was seeing that the conventional taxi industry was not meeting all the needs of people. You're out there watching on the streets, it's not hard to see. But if you're stuck within an existing corporation, you might not see that. And in my book, I tell the example of the former president of Trader Joe's, who has an entirely new retail concept now to feed people in food deserts in inner cities by using food that would otherwise be wasted. And that wasn't his first idea. It took him a long time to get out of thinking traditional grocery store supply chains. And now he has something that's doing very well in Boston and is going to spread around the country.
I'm struck by the timing of your book. It comes at a time of incredible money going into venture capital funds, incredible amounts of money going into Silicon Valley in particular, with unicorns being created with their valuations above $1 billion regularly. I'm wondering, when companies get big quick, does that stifle innovation because people have to stay within the building and keep it going and try to generate profits rather than foresee the next sort of disruptive trend to innovate around?
It certainly makes it easier for people to get stuck if you're growing fast with one formula, and if you depart from it, you might undercut that formula. But then look at Amazon, which started out with books and has managed to expand to practically everything else, including selling its own computer system. That's amazing that Amazon Web Services is the biggest deal going on the cloud. What does that have to do with selling books online?
How about some more traditional industries, whether it's automobiles or just manufacturing, or how are some of those companies doing as it relates to innovation?
Well, so first of all, there was a very interesting comment at a conference that I had pulled together a few years ago, and had invited Mary Barra from General Motors to talk. And we were talking about the future of transportation, and she said, when she was starting out in marketing, that the cell phone was first called the car phone.
That's right.
Because that was the only place people had car phones. She said, boy, did they miss a bet. And now the car itself is a computer. The metal is the least value-added part of the car. And that's interesting. We don't even know yet how all of that's going to play out, and how that car is going to talk to other cars, to the billboards, to the streets.
Amazon, I want to go back to what you were saying, this idea that they've managed to innovate repeatedly to dominate a whole host of different industries. How does a company create a culture of innovation?
I think in the Amazon case, there are two different kinds of cultures of innovation. One is you have a founder that wants to dominate the world. And there was a time in Silicon Valley where they all said, total world domination. Jeff Bezos said Amazon meant it because he was
evidently,
he was always envisioning things bigger. And so partly the culture of innovation comes from a founder who has a big dream and is not going to let go of that big dream for the trivia of operations and turn operations over to other people. Elon Musk is much the same way. So there's another kind of culture of innovation, and I talk more about that in my book, which is a bottoms-up culture of innovation, where you give people the sense of importance, the freedom to actually leave the building and come back with ideas. I mean, I have an example of a law firm where there was a young man in the law firm who got the law firm to take seats in a tech incubator, a law firm. And they weren't there to sell legal services. They were there to soak up a culture of innovation. And that law firm is one of the first with digital wills and other ways to use technology on routine services. So I think that if you empower the workforce and also, again, get them outside of the conventional, there's only one answer.
Rosabeth, what's the role of government in terms of fostering innovation? You could say Silicon Valley, the U.S. tech business, has been so successful because the government's taken a very light hand to regulation.
That was after they were successful. I mean, they like to say government had nothing to do with it. They shouldn't have anything to do with it. Go away. And that was the Uber stance for a long time that got them banned in many countries around the world. But in fact, government has a big role because Silicon Valley was the result of the defense industry and defense spending. And so was Boston's high-tech corridor in Austin, Texas. Defense, that's government. Then there is healthcare, which has so much government spending. Boston is now the healthcare, life sciences capital of the world. A lot of that was federal grants. So we don't write off government. It's the regulation later I think we might worry about. But initially, government is a great seed fund.
Professor, thank you so much. Really, really interesting insights and a terrific book, Think Outside the Building, How Advanced Leaders Can Change the World One Smart Innovation at a Time. Professor Rosabeth Moss-Kanter of Harvard, the Arbuckle Professor of Business Administration at Harvard Business School, and also the Chair and Director of Harvard's Advanced Leadership Initiative, joining us here in our interactive broker studios. A really important discussion at a time of unprecedented amount of money going into venture capital, and a question about how to sort of get to the next level when it comes to tech advancement, when it comes to countering climate change, a whole host of other things. How do you set the stage to even understand what might be the needed things going forward? Right now, we are seeing the sell-off in markets abate just a touch. We're seeing the NASDAQ down 1.7%, S&P down 1.4%. Treasury yields lower as people assess the potential for the coronavirus to spread and disrupt travel and commerce in China and beyond. From New York, this is Bloomberg Markets.
In addition to Bloomberg Radio, you can catch the latest news and biggest newsmakers on Bloomberg Television. Look for us on DirecTV Channel 353 or check your local listing. That's saying
boredom, fitness enemy number one. So don't just run, run. Mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up, lift. Mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time. Skip, mix it up, run. Mix it out of boxing class. Skip, run, splash, skip, run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Mix it. Run. Mix it.
The Norwegian sale is now on. Fly to Europe from £29.90, North America from £134.90, or South America from £189.90. And with low fares to over 150 other destinations, the world has never been closer. Start your journey at Norwegian.com. All fares are one way from London Gatwick. Baggage fees apply. Travel periods vary by route. Visit our website for more details. Sale ends Monday.
Winter joggers of London, it's miserable out. Your legs are caked in mud and your nose is running faster than you. Then, get that heating on. You deserve it. Thanks to Hive Active Heating, you can control your heating wherever you are with a tap of the app, which could save you up to £120 a year by never having to heat an empty home. Buy today and get a free Amazon Echo Dot. Search Hive Heating. Hive services require broadband and Wi-Fi. Terms apply.
Welcome to whatever this is.
Introducing Sky Comedy, the new home of U.S. comedy. We've got a great lineup of brand new shows like Miracle Workers with Steve Buscemi and Daniel Radcliffe, and The Righteous Gemstones with Danny McBride and John Goodman.
Praise be to He.
We've got talk shows straight from the U.S. like The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon.
What are you talking about?
Ballers and Curb Your Enthusiasm are back with new seasons. This is Sky Comedy, the brand new home of U.S. comedy. Funny every damn day.
Treat yourself.
Had the same job for the last 15 years. Working with the same people, in the same office, drinking tea from the same comedy mug, eating the same crayfish and rocket sandwich every lunchtime, using the same business jargon, and climbing the same greasy pole. What does that even mean? Then maybe it's time to switch it up, starting with the all-new Vauxhall Corsa, with its bold styling and up to 70 miles per gallon. To switch it up, visit your local Vauxhall dealership or search New Corsa. Official WLTP test figures for comparison purposes only. Real-world figures may vary.
Middle of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. Welcome to Balance of Power, where the world of politics meets the world of business. On the brief today, Drew Armstrong on the latest on the coronavirus. Kevin Cerulli from the White House on President Trump's meeting with Israeli leaders. And Dan Leafgreen in Rome on Matteo Salvini's big setback. So, Drew, let's start with you. We're all focused on China and the coronavirus. What is the latest?
So we just heard from the CDC a few minutes ago some actual good news. After 5 total cases that had been identified last week, CDC is saying no new cases as of today. They've still got 110 people who are under monitoring right now, and there could be more. They expect more to show up, but at least for a moment here in the U.S., the case count has stopped rising. That's in contrast to China, however, we've got almost 3,000 people, 80 deaths, and 30,000 people under monitoring.
So you followed these things over the years. It feels almost like it's a geometric pattern with the cases in China right now. It's going up multiples. It's not just going up arithmetically.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at how disease spreads, it's essentially you're looking at exponential spread a lot of the times. They are doing what it takes to try and stop this thing. You hear 30,000 people who are currently under watch. What that means is that all of the people who have come into contact with those who are ill, they are trying to get those people under monitoring, make sure that if they become sick, they don't then go out there and infect other folks. They're building hospital beds to try and get people in isolation. It's a pretty massive public health undertaking over there going on right now.
So tell me one thing I'm confused about. How confident are we that we know what's going on in China? Because on the one hand, we hear they've been very transparent about the bug itself, the virus itself. On the other hand, some people are saying, they really have sort of held back on how bad it is?
Well, I think one of the things that's critical to understand here, and this is in general, not speaking about China specifically, but until you truly understand how this virus operates, it's very hard to get a handle on exactly how it's going to behave in a community. So we know it has a long incubation period of up to 2 weeks. That means people can be exposed and then get sick 2 weeks later. They may have traveled to a different place. They may have potentially not even remembered that they were around this. It makes contact tracing very difficult. All that work that you need to do is that much harder in a case like this. So it may be that China doesn't know and therefore has a little bit of trouble sharing exactly what the most up-to-date picture is because they're still grappling with it.
Yeah, huge, really important story. Thank you so much to Drew Armstrong. And now let's go down to the White House and Kevin Cirilli. So Kevin, as I understand, is the president meeting right now with the Prime Minister of Israel?
Precisely, and we're just getting words by our colleagues who were covering the president's remarks inside of the Oval Office with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he says that peace plan is going to be formally unveiled at noon New York time on Tuesday. He's calling it a deal that Palestinians, he hopes, will get on board with, and he even said, according to the verbatim transcript that we have gotten a hold of, that many Arab nations have already agreed to it. Now, the president today meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He will also meet with Benny Gantz, who of course is locked in that political battle against Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And what's interesting is who won't be here, and that's Palestinian leaders. But the president really doubling down, saying that this is a peace deal that once is revealed will be a good starting point for Mideast peace negotiations.
So obviously peace in the Middle East is something people have been seeking for an awful long time now. At the same time, there are politics involved. How much of this is driven by that yet another election coming up for Prime Minister Netanyahu, where he's rivaling Mr. Gantz?
You know, it's a great point, and the president, Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have enjoyed a very close personal relationship over the past several years. I put this question to a source within the past couple of days who said, quite frankly, that the timing of this was really going to be calculated in the sense that you've got the impeachment trial happening domestically, you've got the Israeli elections coming up, and the president, though, ultimately making the decision that now was the time to go forward with this.
Kevin, I see from the headlines crossing the Bloomberg that the president talked not only about the peace plan, but also about his former national security advisor, John Bolton, in that book. That seems to be really roiling, potentially, the impeachment trial.
It absolutely has. And in fact, there's new comments from Senator Susan Collins, a Republican from Maine, and as well as comments from Mitt Romney, a Republican from Utah. All of them, including Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican from South Carolina, all of them, David, saying that this New York Times scoop, which got a copy of that John Bolton transcript, is really, they at least want to see the transcript themselves to have that submitted as some type of evidence. Some other Republicans are saying that this is emboldening their calls for there to be witnesses. Either way, the word out of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, leadership's office, is that this process is still going to play forward and move ahead as they had previously planned, because they're saying that there's nothing new alleged in the memoir transcript that wasn't already discussed in the House.
Okay, Kevin, thank you so much for that reporting from the White House. That's our chief Washington correspondent, Kevin Cirilli. And now we go over to Rome and Dan Liefgren, because there was a big election there over the weekend. Tell us what happened, Dan.
Hey, David. Matteo Salvini, the head of the right-wing league, was hoping to snatch a victory in this so that he could move the country closer to snap elections. He's been, surging in polls in the last few months, and he's got his eyes clearly on the Prime Minister's office. That did not happen. Basically, the candidate that headed a coalition of center-left candidates won that election quite convincingly. And so, on the one hand, that removes the threat of a quick election, and it probably strengthens the current government, which explains why we saw a bounce today in Italian government bonds, for example.
Yeah, that was interesting what happened in the bond market. What does this mean for the coalition as a practical matter?
Well, I think it will be strengthened in the sense that it now has one strong partner, a moderate partner in the coalition, the Democratic Party, which is traditionally pro-European. And I think what was scaring the market was the prospect that Salvini, who is not that pro-European, perhaps would be able to come away with a victory. So you now have the senior partner, an establishment party, moderate party, holding most of the influence in a coalition with a much weaker ally, the anti-establishment 5-star movement, which frankly has been losing lots of support in the last few months.
Okay, Dan, thank you so much for that reporting from around. It's Dan Leafgreen of Bloomberg. And now it's time to find out what's going on in the markets and how it relates to what's going on in the world today. For that, we turn to Abigail Doolittle. So I think it's coronavirus.
It is absolutely coronavirus and risk-off mood. Big health scare here, if you will. We have big declines for the major averages in the U.S. The worst 2 days for the major averages going back to October or August, depending on the average. We also have oil down for a 5th day in a row. January right now on pace to be the worst January going back to 1991. All of this is significant because we've been talking about stripping back whether or not it is headline scare or U.S. profit scare. So right now it's probably more headline scare per stocks, unlikely to affect right now the U.S. corporate profit outlook. But the fact that you have oil down, which is more of a tell on the global economy and demand for global resources, China being the world's largest user of natural resources, suggests that investors are getting worried about the global economy. Will that come to the U.S.?
And what are the other sectors that are particularly hit, like transport, for example?
Yeah, the transports are down in a big way. Last week, selling off ahead of the major averages, the S&P 500. You have the airlines in there. Some of those airlines today down more than 5%. American Airlines down 6%. We also have, from a sector perspective, energy down for a 6th day in a row in sympathy with oil. And not surprising, we have a big confirmation from the havens, bonds up for a 5th day in a row, the best streak for bonds going back to August. So this is getting serious. Again, probably still the assessment, not going to hit the U.S. corporate profit outlook, headline risk, but if this continues, it could really be pretty bearish.
Yeah, and in a week we'll read a lot of earnings, actually. There's a lot of earnings
so we'll be returning to earnings.
Exactly. Okay, many thanks to Abigail Doolittle. And we turn now to Mark Crumpton for Bloomberg First Word News.
David, there are signs that the coronavirus may be slowing down. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says there are no new cases of the virus in the United States. 5 people in the U.S. are confirmed to be infected. All of them had recently been in Wuhan, the Chinese city at the epicenter of the outbreak. Another 110 people in the U.S. are being monitored. The illness has killed 80 people in China and sickened more than 2,700. Cases have been reported in 15 other countries and territories. At least 2 Republican senators are leaning toward calling former National Security Advisor John Bolton to testify at President Trump's Senate impeachment trial. Maine Republican Susan Collins says the reports about Bolton's book strengthen the case for witnesses. And Utah Senator Mitt Romney spoke to reporters on Capitol Hill.
I think it's increasingly likely that other Republicans will join those of us who think we should hear from John Bolton. And whether there are other witnesses and documents, well, that's another matter. But I think John Bolton's relevance to our decision has become increasingly clear.
Do you think the comments come a day after an explosive report about Bolton's yet-to-be-published book? The New York Times says Bolton claims President Trump told him to freeze aid to Ukraine until that government agreed to investigate Democrats. The cause of the helicopter crash that killed basketball icon Kobe Bryant and 8 others isn't known yet, but the weather may have been a factor. The helicopter was flying in fog that forced local police agencies to ground their own choppers. It slammed into a hillside outside Los Angeles. Bryant spent 20 years playing for the Los Angeles Lakers. He won 5 NBA titles. Kobe Bryant was 41. His 13-year-old daughter Gianna was also on board. In Afghanistan, the Taliban says it shot down a U.S. spy plane. The militant group says everyone on board was killed. A spokeswoman for the U.S. Central Command says the military is investigating. Ireland is warning Britain that Brexit is far from finished, and the Irish Prime Minister Leo Varadkar says the European Union will have the stronger hand in upcoming negotiations on future relations between the two sides. Prime Minister Varadkar says, quote, "We're only at halftime on Brexit." His comments come as the bloc's chief Brexit negotiator visited Dublin in a show of solidarity 5 days before the UK is due to leave the EU. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thanks so much, Mark. Coming up, John Bolton's book. We pick up on Mark's reporting and ask our political roundtable whether the Bolton revelations could push Republican senators to call Mr. Bolton to the stand in the impeachment trial. That's coming up next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Jason Kelly and Carol Massar speak to some of the most...
Boredom. Fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. 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 Mix it up. Skip. Run. Skip. Run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up. Lift. Mix it up. Run. Lift. Splash. Skip. Lift. Run. It's crunch time. Skip. Mix it up. Run. Mix it out of boxing class. Skip. Run. Splash. Skip. Run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Mix it. Run. Mix it.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, keep me out the cold jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs, startup jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs, banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
This is not a cat. This is not a rocket. And this is not a sale. That's right. At Smarty Mobile, we're not having a sale. While others are slashing prices, we're introducing our best ever new plans. Take our new 30 gig data SIM for just £10 a month. With unlimited calls and texts and no speed restrictions, credit checks or contract tying you down, why shop around? New plans, great value. Now that's Smarty. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
I used to be a bit of a rubbish sleeper. I'd toss and turn all night, and somehow I could never find the comfy bit of the mattress. It was a proper nightmare. That's what brought me here, testing mattresses in the Which Test Lab. We use a custom-made barrel rolling machine to simulate a decade's worth of use, and the mattresses that perform best are the only ones we recommend for your bedroom.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Hello, I'm your captain for today's Virgin Atlantic flight. Please drop everything and pay close attention to the following announcement. The sail is now on. Our crew are ready to take your bags and stresses away. The cocktails are ready to serve, the movies are loaded, and we're all set for takeoff to the Caribbean. So, take your seat in our award-winning economy class. We're ready to go when you are.
The Virgin Atlantic sail. Fly amazing for less. For more details, visit virginatlantic.com.
This is the sound of a Halifax customer who used to worry he wasn't saving enough, but is now saving the change every time he hops on a bus. Switch on Save the Change, and when you use your Halifax Visa debit card, we'll round up to the nearest pound and put the difference into your chosen Halifax savings account.
I think I just be myself, let it come naturally. I never try to, go outside the box.
Super Bowl 54, the biggest game of the year, is live on TuneIn Premium. Be there when the Kansas City Chiefs, dreaming of their first championship in 50 years, collide with the San Francisco 49ers' quest to bring a sixth Lombardi trophy to the Bay Area. Wherever you are when the ball kicks off Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, listen to every electric moment of Super Bowl 54 with the NFL on TuneIn Premium. Search Premium to upgrade today.
Along the goal line, Martin scores! He takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
In the move, hit a shot, he scores!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
at this point. But as we keep having the release of the Bolton books and these videos that are coming out, more and more information really does make it that much more difficult for them to have a fast acquittal.
George, I wonder if the president's best defense here is, you knew who I was and how I did business. You knew it before you elected me, for goodness sakes. Okay, this is consistent with the way Donald Trump has done his business when he was a real estate person here. So, I mean, we elected him and we sort of knew who he was, didn't we?
I think he's almost as predictable as any president I've ever seen. You know how he's going to handle things, and half the country is ready for him to go, and the other half love his policies and are willing to endure the way he conducts himself to get the policies he's putting out there. So the nation's very, very divided, and this is a very, very different impeachment situation than the Nixon impeachment. It just really split on partisan lines in a significant way.
And Jeannie, the polling that's been out most recently suggests that, in fact, people really give him credit for the economy. They like him in the economy, but they don't particularly approve of almost anything else he does. I mean, is he going to really put to the test the question of, do we really vote with our pocketbook come November?
He is. I mean, I think the latest poll had about 55% of Americans saying it's the strongest economy in 2 decades, and the numbers are very, very good, and they give the president credit for that. On the other hand, dissatisfaction with the direction of the country and where we are and where we're headed is equally as high. And so I think we are going to have a battle over whether this is about the economy or not. And I think if you look back at 2018, there are signs, and this gets back, I think, to what George was alluding to, that people are voting for different reasons. I think Democrats have to do a better job of pushing into other areas like healthcare, like pharmaceuticals, like gun control, like the tone and tenor of the president's remarks. Those are the kinds of things that will make people vote away from the president.
George, typically, if you had a president, incumbent president, who had 3.5% unemployment, you had inflation under 2%, you know, job growth we were seeing, he'd get elected, no question about it. Is there some risk here, though, that people say, yeah, I like all that stuff, but there are these other things I really don't like at all?
It's a fascinating dynamic, because if it was a normal election, you'd have a Reagan 1984 election, you'd have an overwhelming landslide. But people are so divisive about this president that it does throw his reelection into at least some jeopardy. But Democrats shouldn't underestimate the power of a strong economy and people who've got a lot more money in their wallets. Whether they say so or not, that's the number one factor influencing how they vote. And within his base, there's lots of people who may be slightly embarrassed at his behavior, but they really like the judges that are being put on the federal courts. They really like regulatory reform, and they like some of the things he does. So they may be the silent group, but they're going to vote for Trump still.
We're talking with our political panel, Jeannie Zaino and George Say. So, Jeannie, we asked this question before. We're going to keep asking it right up to November. What happens in the swing states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, to pick 3? What is the pitch that you should vote against President Trump? You should switch over and vote for the Democrat, whoever the Democrat is, given where the economy is.
I think, and we have seen this. We saw this, for instance, in 2000 when people did turn their back on President Clinton and Al Gore, who was running, and voted a very close election, obviously. So people don't always vote their pocketbook. I think what Democrats have to do is expand the conversation beyond pocketbook issues and the economy, which is very strong, and talk about, do you want this man in power unfettered for another 4 years? What about the promises he made on immigration, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, education, gun control, all kinds of issues, racism, discrimination, what he did in some of these cases we've been hearing. All of those issues, Democrats have to turn the attention to those.
George, the Democrats did pretty well in 2018. In the midterm election, and I think at least a lot of that was about health care. They really emphasized health care a lot. Is there any vulnerability on the Republican side right now in health care? The president basically, as I understand it, doesn't have a plan. He says, we'll take care of you, I'll get around to a plan, but I don't think the Republicans have a plan, do they?
I don't think hardly anybody's got a decent plan. After Obamacare, they've all been just fighting amongst themselves and not coming up with a viable alternative to that. So I would say that was a typical midterm. I think the only election since the 30s that this sitting incumbent president's party has picked up seats in the midterm was 2002, right after they first got elected. So I don't think there's anything predictive about that. I think it's going to be another incredibly hotly contested, very close election. It's really impossible to predict right now.
So, Gene, we got Iowa coming up a week from today now, the caucuses. Talk to me about the passion issue, because clearly President Trump has a passionate base about him. Are there any of those candidates on the Democratic side that can really generate that level of passion?
Well, I think Bernie Sanders has done that in 2016, and again, he's doing it, and his numbers look very good. So he has a real passionate core. I think for Bernie Sanders, who seems to be up in the latest polls in Iowa, the real question is, can he move to those swing states that you were talking about, where this election will be decided, and make the case for electability? And I think that gets tougher for a Bernie Sanders. I think on the Democratic side, we're going to see a battle between a Bernie Sanders more progressive and a more moderate in the Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg lane, and they're going to have to battle it out. And I think the question of electability and ability to beat Donald Trump is going to be what decides this, because it's going to be in those swing states, and they aren't quite as progressive as some of the others.
George, finally, if we're talking about a Bernie Sanders, it really raises questions about big government in those swing states and how that'll play, because whatever you think about Bernie Sanders, right, wrong, or indifferent, he's for big government. He's pretty clearly for that.
I think it's a fascinating dynamic, because you had Bernie having a heart attack just a couple of months ago. Everybody was writing him off completely, and now he's clearly the front runner. He is surging the polls. People are excited about him. They have conviction about him. They view him as a man of integrity, whether you like what he has to say or not. And I would say almost the election's his to lose right now. And wow. you've got a Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden dynamic, and those are probably going to be the top two choices. And it's ironic to me, because I really think it'd be a long shot for Bernie Sanders, an avowed socialist, to beat President Trump, no matter how unpopular Trump is among some mainstream Americans. I think Biden's the much more likely person to win, but he's fading a bit. So it's a very interesting thing to watch right now.
And he's not even technically a Democrat, right? Isn't he independent?
Just when he's running for president.
Just when he's running for president. Okay. Many thanks to our political panel of Jeannie Zaino and George Say. Still ahead, casino companies are in the crosshairs as they take a big hit on the coronavirus. Win is our stock of the hour next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Message and data rate may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Hi everyone, Al Roker here. As a guy with his own catchphrase, I appreciate that after 75 years, Smokey's only said,
"Only you can prevent wildfires."
But I'm filling in because there's a lot more to report. Like when it's dry or windy. Be careful burning yard waste, because wildfires can even start in your neck of the woods. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Our relationship with Asia is simple. Find the most experienced journalists.
These countries will need each other more and more in the future.
Let them gather the best data and experts.
Let's get to Singapore now and our guest.
Then bring everything they find straight to you.
Let's talk about where you are. There's quite a lot of headwinds there too.
Actually, it's not simple. It's just better. Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. It's time now for Stock of the Hour. Wynn Resorts is the worst performer in the S&P 500 today. The stock is down about 7% after Bank of America downgraded it on concerns surrounding the coronavirus. And Kayla Lyons is here to explain it.
Yeah, it's an ugly day for Wynn today, and it really just has been an ugly week. The stock is down nearly 20% in the past 5 days, just as concerns have really escalated around this virus, specifically as it relates to Macau, which is a key market for Wynn. It makes up about 2/3 of its revenue. And Bank of America today is saying this virus is going to have an impact. He says that the comparisons to SARS in 2003 aren't perfect, but they're increasingly similar, in that he thinks it's going to have a big revenue toll. He's not the only analyst to say this. Bernstein was flagging it today as well. And you're seeing it show up in the data. Macau, their tourism bureau, releasing numbers today for this Lunar New Year holiday. Year-on-year visitors from mainland China just yesterday on Sunday were down 80%. Wow. And over the past 3 days, they've been down more than 70%. So it's really seeing significant tourism declines, and that will translate into gambling revenue. And that affects not just Wynn, but the likes of Las Vegas Sands as well that have big Macau operations. They are also lower by about 6% today.
And the Chinese do more than just gamble. They do other things, like they go to restaurants, they take airplane flights. What are the other stocks that are getting affected right now by coronavirus?
You're seeing a lot of it in this travel and leisure space. You have a lot of airlines and cruise lines moving to the downside today. The biggest one actually is Royal Caribbean, which actually had to cancel 2 cruises because of the coronavirus. Its Spectrum of the Seas ship is the only one that is home ported in China. He had to cancel 2 sailings on that. And then you're also seeing the likes of Disney. Remember, they had to close their Shanghai park, and JP Morgan was out with a note today saying that it's not going to be a big, huge hit to earnings, but it is going to have an impact, as Asia is a market that makes up about 11% of Disney's revenue, and they're not getting those Lunar New Year holiday visitors and travelers that they usually do because of this virus.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of whether it's timing or whether it's really more permanent.
It's probably a little bit of both.
Yeah, probably, exactly. Okay, thank you so much to Kayla Lyons for that report on Wynn. Up next, Chinese authorities ramped up their efforts to contain the coronavirus over the weekend, but is it enough? And by the way, is it the most effective approach that can be taken? We talked with Dr. Celine Gallner of NYU. This is Balance of Power. We're on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Concerned that the deadly coronavirus has not been contained, has investors selling today. The Dow is down 390 points, S&P 500 dropping 1.4%, the Nasdaq down 1.7%. Crude oil is falling 2.8%. Some of the biggest losers are in the travel industry. Royal Caribbean has canceled 2 cruises on its Shanghai-based ship Spectrum of the Seas. And travel bans are hitting hotels and airline stocks. American Airlines is down 7%. But shares of drug maker AbbVie rose today. China is using the company's HIV drug as an ad hoc treatment for the coronavirus outbreak. There's new evidence that the U.S. labor market is cooling down. A survey by the National Association for Business Economics finds hiring was flat in the 4th quarter. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients, and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA/SIPC, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Open calendar. What's my schedule looking like?
Next Thursday, you will be caught in an emergency flash flood between Park and First Street.
What? No, that doesn't work. I'm busy then. Decline. Decline.
Floods don't exactly work around your schedule. Disasters don't plan ahead. But you can. It starts with talking to your loved ones about making an emergency plan. So don't wait, communicate. Get started today at ready.gov/plan. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Revisions, return policies. There are so many ways to redo a decision.
What are the ramifications if she crumbles or doesn't crumble?
Do they have any path other than the courts?
Except here, we have to get it right the first time.
We always talk about the losers in a trade war. Are there winners?
So that you can too.
How does your modeling have to pivot to reflect a different scenario?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
From New York, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. From Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
David, President Trump says he will unveil his plan for Middle East peace tomorrow. Speaking at the White House alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, the president said he thinks the plan will work. But he added, quote, if it doesn't, we can live with that, too. Palestinian leaders will be absent from the White House meetings. They've rejected talks with the Trump administration, saying the White House has shown favoritism toward Israel. The president's impeachment trial enters a pivotal week. Today, the president's attorneys will expand on the argument they began over the weekend, that House managers failed to prove Mr. Trump should be removed from office. A report by the New York Times about former National Security Advisor John Bolton's potential testimony is putting new pressure on Republicans to accept Democratic demands to subpoena new witnesses. The mayor of the Chinese city where a deadly virus broke out says he would be willing to resign if it helps the government contain its spread. The official told Chinese state television that both he and Wuhan's Communist Party secretary are willing to take responsibility for closing off the city, including being removed from office. The city has been accused of being too slow to disclose information in the early days of the outbreak. In Alabama, fire officials say there are multiple fatalities in a huge blaze that also destroyed at least 35 boats docked along the Tennessee River. Officials aren't saying how many people have died and say 7 people are missing. Most of the vessels destroyed were houseboats. No word yet on a cause. It happened in northeastern Alabama, about 45 miles outside of Huntsville. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
We return now to that coronavirus story. At least 80 people are dead and tens of millions are on lockdown in China as authorities there try to get their arms around a rapidly growing epidemic. Welcome now Dr. Celine Gounder. She is clinical assistant professor in the Department of Medicine at NYU. Dr. Gounder produces and hosts American Diagnosis. That's a podcast on health and social justice. So welcome, doctors. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
We've got a lot of reports of what the Chinese authorities are doing, really locking down tens of millions of people over there, checking over to airports. Are they doing enough?
So there are 2 key developments from over the weekend that I think will help us answer that question. So one of which, it would appear that the virus was already spreading even as early as October and at least in November. So that means that the virus was spreading undetected. And so we're really only detecting it now because we're looking for it. We have tests for it that didn't really emerge until the end of December. So that's one key issue. The other key development is that it would seem that sometimes the virus may be transmitting by people who do not have symptoms at all. And that has yet to be confirmed by the CDC. But if you can't figure out who's infected and who might be transmitting, it's very difficult to contain this.
At the same time, there seems to be, I won't call it panic, but a lot of concern in China. Everybody's got masks on. Is there a risk here of actually panicking people and being counterproductive, everybody flocking into healthcare centers immediately?
Well, the history has shown that travel bans and quarantines don't usually work. We've never done anything on this scale before. The quarantines in the case of Ebola were very specific, actually, to the specific patient who had symptoms, who was being diagnosed and managed. But when you're doing this kind of population-level quarantine, it has not been shown to work. It basically drives, as you said, mass panic. And also, as a consequence of all of this, you're already seeing shortages of food, of medical supplies. We've seen videos of Chinese women in grocery stores, duking it out literally to buy produce. And some of that may actually be even more dangerous.
Have we learned from earlier epidemics, and I guess SARS is the one we automatically think of, because that was a coronavirus, right?
That was another coronavirus.
Did we learn something there about what does work and what doesn't work in trying to contain this, or does it just have to burn its way out?
So if this is not transmitted by people without symptoms, then the same strategies we used for prior coronaviruses like SARS, as well as for Ebola, which is basically what are the symptoms, getting tested, if you're contagious, having them be hospitalized until they're outside of that window, that works. And then you're also tracing contacts of people who've been in contact with them. But if people who don't have symptoms are transmitting, that's a game changer.
We're talking with Dr. Celine Gounder. She's from NYU. What treatments are likely to be effective? What about a vaccine? Everyone immediately talks about a vaccine, but as I understand, we still don't have one for SARS.
We still don't have one for SARS. The hope is that we might have, using sort of the basis of SARS vaccine candidates, using those as candidates for a coronavirus vaccine that would work here. Maybe we could have those in clinical trials by June, but you're still looking at some period of time after that. Others are predicting right now that based on modeling of the disease transmission, we may be looking at this disease peaking in April or May. So, well before you would have a vaccine candidate. And a lot of people could die in that time.
Are there other treatments that stop short of a vaccine to cure someone, but at least can ameliorate sort of the symptoms? For example, Tamiflu, we hear a lot about.
I mean, there's no particular reason to think Tamiflu would work here. It's an entirely different kind of virus. In general, when you have somebody who has a viral pneumonia, and a lot of things can cause that, including the flu, actually, a lot of what you do is actually supportive measures. That might be having somebody on a ventilator, for example, to help them support their breathing until they get better. But to do that with millions of people across China, that's not going to be feasible. Is the international medical community doing enough? WHO walked up to the question of whether it was a global health crisis, said no, it's a Chinese health crisis, not yet, globally. Is there more that WHO could be doing? CDC, other authorities around the world? So the declaration of a public health emergency is both a medical technical decision as well as an economic and political decision. We've already seen the stock market take a hit, even here as a result of this. And, if the Chinese economy takes a real hit, that's going to cause tremendous harm as well, especially to the poor in the countryside, not to mention the rest of us. So, I think part of the reason you're seeing such draconian measures in China is, one, that's just how their government tends to function. That tends to be their instinct. But also it may be to head off a public health emergency being declared and even more restrictive measures being taken by other countries on the outside. Two critical questions I think that most lay people have, which is how communicable is it? How easy it is to catch it? And number is lethality. What's the chance that if I get it, that I will die? So the current estimates are that for every person who has the disease, they will transmit to about 2 other people. Is that a bad number or a good number? I can't put it on a spectrum. Sort of on the same level as the flu. And in terms of lethality, we're seeing probably about 3% of people who are infected dying from this. To give that some context, that's about 10 times higher than the flu. But SARS was 10% of people who got the infection died. So it's not as lethal as SARS per person infected. But if you have many people infected, many more than had the SARS, then you could actually see total more deaths as a result. It's sort of, the percentage times the total number. So it really, we want to focus also on containment and making sure not too many people are infected. So finally, Doctor, as we go forward, there's a lot of things we don't know, a lot of questions open. As you look at things, what will you be looking at? What are the factors you're saying, I'm really going to be paying attention to that, or those two things to figure out whether this really expands in a very dramatic way or it can be contained? I think this question of can asymptomatic people transmit the virus, I think that's going to be key, because the things that we normally do to contain an outbreak like this may not be so effective if people without symptoms can transmit. Fascinating. Thank you so much for being with us, Doctor. Really helpful. That's Dr. Celine Gounder. She's NYU Clinical Assistant Professor in the Department of Medicine. Coming up, with the deadly coronavirus rattling global markets, we're going to take a look at the global economic impact with John Quelch. He is Dean of the University of Miami Business School and former Dean of the China-Europe International Business School in Shanghai. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
You're not supposed to begin the race before the starting.
Boredom, fitness enemy number 1. So don't just run. Mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift, mix it up, lift, mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time, skip, mix it up, run, mix it out of boxing class. Skip, run, splash, skip, run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run, mix it up, skip, mix it, run. Mix it.
Hello, I'm your captain for today's Virgin Atlantic flight. Please drop everything and pay close attention to the following announcement. The sail is now on. Our crew are ready to take your bags and stresses away. The cocktails are ready to serve, the movies are loaded, and we're all set for takeoff to the Caribbean. So, take your seat in our award-winning economy class. We're ready to go when you are.
The Virgin Atlantic sale. Fly amazing for less. For more details, visit virginatlantic.com.
New year calling for a new kitchen? Get to B&Q for up to 5 years interest-free credit with no deposit on our new kitchen range. Hurry, offer ends 2nd of February. You can do it when you B&Q it. Minimum spend £8,500 for 5 years interest-free credit. Credit subject to status. B&Q PLC is a credit broker and works exclusively with the Tarchi Capital UK PLC, both authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Heroes. They're the ones we turn to in our darkest hour. Like when you blow a fuse and the lights go off. Whether it's electrics to heating, plumbing to plastering, at Local Heroes, every job completed by an expert tradesperson comes with a 12-month British Gas guarantee when you pay online. So, if it needs fixing, there's a Local Hero for that. To get a quote, search Local Heroes. Terms and conditions apply.
Taking it for a spin has changed. Giving it a whirl has changed. With £500 towards a qualifying new Vauxhall with 4.9% APR representative when you take a test drive, the rules have changed. Book your test drive now. Vauxhall. New rules Britannia. Allowance provided as a deposit contribution on qualifying new Vauxhalls. Conditional sale and personal contract purchase only. Subject to status. T's and C's. 18 plus Vauxhall Finance. Registered by 2nd of April 2020. Search Try Your New Vauxhall.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds, or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown to Keenan.
Search NFL today. Don't miss Super Bowl 54 because you can't watch the game on TV.
Nice hit over the left guard, touchdown!
Listen to every second of the action with your phone, tablet, computer, or connected device. All you need is a TuneIn Premium subscription.
Search Premium to upgrade today.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
Along the goal line, Martin scores! He takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
Gonna move, hit a shot, they score!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
3 days, and now there's some indications that in some parts of the country it may be extended to February the 10th. So it's very unlikely, given that transportation restrictions are in place that would prevent workers getting to work, that the factories will be opening on schedule right after the end of the official Chinese New Year holiday.
So, Dean, you make a really powerful point about manufacturing, about the supply chains. What about the financial communities? What about Shanghai, for that matter, Hong Kong as well? We're hearing some reports, for example, banks are saying, please stay home, don't come to work. Now, the markets, I guess, would not be functioning anyway because of the Lunar New Year. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. But I think that the important point you're making is that people all over China are understandably nervous. Obviously, they don't have clarity around the science at this point, as your previous guest indicated. So it's not unreasonable for people to be very cautious. They're staying at home. Perhaps they can do some things via teleconference and telecommuting. E-commerce will be up as retail sales go down. But overall, I would say that in Shanghai and Beijing, those centers at the moment are not feeling the same threat that obviously people in Hubei province are feeling. However, it is clear that there are some shortages that are evident at retail in terms of groceries, but also in terms of medical supplies. The government of China has understandably taken a very strong line in terms of anyone trying to profit from excessive price gouging on health supplies, drugs, masks, etc.
We're talking with John Quelch. He's Dean of the University of Miami Business School. Dean, a lot of people compare this or like to compare it with SARS. You said that the credibility of the government, the regime to some extent, is on the line here. Is it appearing so far that they learned a lot from SARS and they're doing a much better job?
Absolutely. There's no question that the government learned a lot from SARS. They do not want to be embarrassed again. That was a national embarrassment. I think one key indicator of the commitment of the Chinese is that they sequenced the gene of the virus within 7 days of understanding that there was a virus to be sequenced, and posted that information to the global health community on the National Institute of Health website, for example. So the level of transparency is significantly greater than it was in the case of SARS. What may not be different is that local government officials in Wuhan probably were a little bit slow off the mark in notifying the central government as to what was going on. And this is a classic problem you have in a top-down authoritative regime where people at the local level are simply skittish about, if you like, calling fire in a crowded theater and then being discovered that there's no fire. That's something a bureaucrat does not want to do in China. So they were a little bit slow off the mark, but once the central government got a grip on this, they went all out, as you can see, in the last week.
And Dean, that takes me exactly to the larger question here for me. We've heard a lot about the different structure of the economy of the government in China versus the United States, particularly through this trade dispute that's been going on, certainly under President Trump. As you look at that more authoritative, I think you said, sort of a command-control structure, they have a lot more control over their economy and their government centralized in China. Is that an advantage when you have an epidemic like this, or could it be a disadvantage?
Well, I think it's clearly an advantage in terms of, the notion of locking down 60 million people, essentially 4.5% of the population of the country in Hubei province. That's something that would be very difficult for any Western democracy to easily entertain. I do think, however, that as far as the trade situation is concerned, first of all, the Chinese central government is totally preoccupied at the moment with fixing this issue. And so any conversation regarding, phase 2 trade deals and so on with the United States, that's not even remotely on the agenda at the moment.
Right.
If the Chinese economy does take a hit that is sustained, then, of course, there is a further weakening effect to the economy, and it puts China in a position of perhaps needing a little bit more urgently a further removal of the tariffs, the 15% tariffs that still apply to around about 370 billion of Chinese exports to the U.S.
But, Dean, you make such an important point. It's not just phase 2. Phase 1 has to be implemented now, and according to the Trump administration, they're going to be watching carefully to see whether China can do do it. Given this problem, if it continues, as our last expert just said, until May, for example, it's going to be hard for them to make sure they're buying enough soybeans, for example, just to take one at random.
Right. That's certainly the case. I mean, this is the focus, the sole focus of everybody in the central administration at this point. I would point out that in the case of SARS, back in 2002 to 4, the first reported case was in November of 2002, and the last reported case was in May of 2004. Of course, there was clear evidence that the problem had peaked long before that 18-month period concluded. But nevertheless, I think the notion that there will be a 6-month period of partial disruption to the Chinese economy, it's worth noting that. At the same time, if they have been successful in confining this to what amounts to 5% of the GDP of China in Hubei province, that's a level of aggravation that can be absorbed. Let me just point out one thing, David, and that is that 2020 is the 5th year of the China 5-year plan. Yeah. And President Xi and his colleagues will no doubt want to do all they can to hit their numbers in 2020, despite this coronavirus. And what that means is fiscal stimulus, monetary easing, perhaps a renegotiation of the tariffs.
It's such a great point. Even presidents of countries have to make their numbers, as it were. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, Dean. That's John Quelch. He's Dean of the Herbert Business School at the University of Miami. Coming up, U.S. stocks are on track for their worst day since October as the coronavirus puts traders on edge. We're going to have more on that next. This is Balance of Power. We're on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Have you ever thought, I wish I'd had that information sooner?
What does this tell us about the state of deal making?
Let's fix that.
One unprofitable company plus another doesn't make a profitable company.
Carol Mazur.
Talk to us about real-world applications.
Jason Kelly.
Remind us what the potential is for everyday folk.
Bloomberg Business Week.
Vice President of Exploratory Science is one of the cooler titles.
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg Business Week, now live on YouTube.
You know your body, and you know when something's off, when something doesn't feel quite right. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, rashes, and fever. They could be signs of lupus. Listen to your body. Take care of yourself. We're here to help you take control of your health. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Vatsal Shah is Senior Project Engineer at Mott MacDonald, a global engineering consultancy with more than 16,000 employees. He earned his PhD at New Jersey Institute of Technology, and as an adjunct professor is helping NJIT students explore emerging technologies.
My focus is renewable markets, emerging technologies, the idea of floating cities. What are we doing to develop that? What will happen to the city on the water? Well, you're going to have waves hitting it. You're going to have solar. How are you going to develop plants? How are you going to develop vegetation and farming? That sort of thought process happens at NJIT. We actually plan out what will the city look like. How do we develop that? So in 10 years, we're actually ready to take on those challenges when we have our first development in the water. NJIT also has been doing a lot of work in self-healing materials. So taking the polymers and the new material that we have in our material sciences departments and putting them into things like concrete, things like steel, reinforcing our soil.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. As the coronavirus spreads, so does caution among investors. For the market reaction to the deadly virus, welcome now Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponczek. Welcome, Sarah.
Thanks for having me.
So it doesn't look very pretty out there.
It absolutely does not look very pretty out there today. And this is coming off the back of what we saw on Friday, which was also a pretty steep decline, not as steep as today, but you consider the fact that for over 30 days we haven't seen back back-to-back declines for the S&P 500. Now we're getting 2 relatively steep days of declines as we do hear about the spreading of the coronavirus and potential implications. Now, with that said, we are also seeing a pretty steep rally in the bond space, which is extremely noticeable, particularly because now if you look at 2-year Treasury yields, they dipped below that of 5-year Treasury yields and the effective Fed funds rate. So no, it's not the all-important, all-watch spread between 2s, 10s or the 3-month 10-year curve, but we do have a portion of the yield curve that is inverted once again, and that brings into question what does this mean for growth prospects, and it looks as if the bond market is questioning that.
Well, talk about the stocks just for a minute. Is there differentiation? Are some being hit worse than others, some sectors?
Absolutely. There is clearly differentiation. If you look at the areas that are most heavily exposed to China or might be exposed to a further spreading of the virus, you see fallout. For example, you look at the worst performing stocks today, you have the likes of Wynn Resorts, Freeport-McMoRan, Royal Caribbean. So you see cruise lines. A lot of cruise lines do get a lot of passengers from the China area with travel restrictions. Clearly, we will not be seeing people who live in China taking cruises. At the same time, Wynn Resorts and others, those that operate casinos in Macau, this is particularly heavy hitting because this is coming during the Lunar New Year. So the fact that people can't get out and gamble at these casinos, it's also heavy hitting. And then airlines as well, clearly seeing the backlash.
So I asked earlier SARS. That's the one we all go back to. What happened to the markets in SARS? How does it compare?
So what I constantly hear is sharp and short-lived. If you actually look at what happened with SARS back in 2002, 2003, we did see the S&P fall about 12% over a 5-month period of time. However, at the end of 2003, the benchmark ended up 26%. If you look at the MSCI China index, that index actually ended the year up 80%.
Wow.
So it was a pretty phenomenal year. However, I will point out that there are differences.
Sure.
If you look at China GDP, if you try to figure out how will it affect economic growth, China now makes up a larger portion of GDP. Also back then, you could argue the stock market was undervalued. Now some would argue overvalued.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. That's Bloomberg's Sarah Ponczak for the report on the markets. Coming up, Balance of Power continues on Bloomberg Radio. In our second hour, we're going to talk with former federal prosecutor Michael Zeldin as the president's lawyers resume their turn in the impeachment trial. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Palm Beach, Florida real estate is on a winning streak. Large houses, small houses, empty lots, and mansions have all flown off the shelf thanks to Florida's income tax rate of 0%. In the past 12 months, 3 properties in the town sold for $100 million each. Several brokers say it's the longest bull run of their careers. With one notable exception, there's a cluster of 10 mansions sitting unsold right within a block or two of Mar-a-Lago, the private club that President Trump declared his permanent residence in September. 7 of the homes around the so-called Winter White House have seen their prices reduced. Brokers say the phenomenon has nothing to do with proximity to Trump. Some point to the fact that these homes are under the jet path of Palm Beach Airport, which can get noisy. Real estate analyst Jonathan Miller says also the homes might be listed higher than their proper worth because owners are trying to cash in on the celebrity proximity. Miller says whatever the cause, this grouping of mansions for sale is not natural. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Financial leaders enjoy talking with Tom Keene and Jonathan Ferro.
What was it like having the giant darken the door every once in a while?
Experts appreciate it when what they have to say is understood.
Do you think that we might have seen a cyclical peak in the labor market?
It's the same reason we're recommending Bloomberg Surveillance to you.
Everything you thought would happen is happening.
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Rich is just a really good guy. The term good egg isn't enough to describe him. He's also certified organic and free range. Rich puts the cap back on everything. The toothpaste, the olive oil, the shampoo, everything. He lets
lets his 10-year-old nephew beat him at virtual tennis, even though he can straight up slay his 10-year-old nephew in virtual tennis. When the toilet paper is running low, Rich replaces the roll on the actual holder, not just on the back of the toilet. Rich is texting and driving. Rich, no. What are you doing, Rich? I was just telling everyone how great you are. Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org, a public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all slumping, bonds rallying as concern over the impact of that deadly virus that originated in China rattles global markets. S&P 500 index down the most in almost 4 months. Energy and technology companies leading the losses. Another day of selling for West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.8% now, $52.69 a barrel. S&P is down 41. That's a drop of 1.3%. The Dow lower by 354 points, down 1.2%. NASDAQ down 142 points, a decline now of 1.5%. 10 years up 21/30 seconds, yield 1.60%. Tony Crescenzi is portfolio manager at PIMCO. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
The markets are sated with uncertainty and they're very fragile. Also, economies worldwide are near stall speed, which is a way of saying that if they slow down anymore, they could tip toward recession. Think of Europe, for example. Economies are growing around 1% or so. It doesn't take much to tip it into recession.
And right now we've got gold up 0.5%, $15.79 the ounce at the worst level of the day. The Dow had been down 549 points, down 1.9%. Worst level, S&P had been down 61, down 1.9%. So right now we've got the S&P down 39, a drop there of 1.2%. Credit Suisse Group, UBS, and Citigroup are all telling Hong Kong staff to work from home for 2 weeks if they have just visited mainland China as global banks step up their response to the outbreak of the deadly coronavirus. Starbucks, McDonald's, and Domino's Pizza shares, they are all lower today. Guggenheim analyst Matt DeFrisco says 3 U.S. restaurant chains, Starbucks is the most exposed to the outbreak as measured by a percentage of worldwide revenue and operating income. Starbucks shares down now by 3.2%, McDonald's down 0.5%, Domino's lower by 0.3%. It is 1:02 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. And here is Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. ADRs are falling more than U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is down 1.7%. And the S&P 500 is lower by 1.2%. Chinese ADRs are mostly lower after the country's authorities said an outbreak of coronavirus isn't yet under control. Online retailer Alibaba Group Holding has dropped 2.9% in U.S. trading. Internet company Tencent Holding is also down 2.9%. And electric car maker NIO has fallen 9.1%. Hong Kong's Melco Resorts and Entertainment has declined 5.5%. The casino owner does business in the Chinese city of Macau, where the number of mainland visitors fell by 2/3 at the start of the Lunar New Year holiday. And Luxembourg's Ternium has retreated 7.3%. The steelmaker was cut to sell from neutral at UBS, which said it expects scrap steel prices to fall. UBS also cited new plants due to open in the U.S., where Ternium sends most of its shipments. And India's Dr. Reddy's Laboratories has risen 5.4%. The generic drug maker's revenue for the fiscal third quarter beat analysts' average estimate in a Bloomberg survey. An earnings gauge known as EBITDA also topped projections, Charlie.
And we thank you very much, Dave Wilson, tracking those American depository receipts. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ off their session lows, but still a 39-point drop in the S&P, down now by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
We have the strongest economy by far in the world.
We're going to grow our trade relationship.
I know what's broken. I know how to fix it.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
They've got the money they need to run a very competitive race.
We've got now a real crunch few days for Brexit.
We want certainty in the markets. We want certainty in our trading relationships.
The administration is trying to create a new divided world.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
China ramps up its efforts to contain the coronavirus, but it continues to spread, with global markets reacting badly. Missiles hit the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, raising questions of a possible U.S. response. And Democrats race to the wire in Iowa and come to terms with the strength of Bernie Sanders. From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, welcome to the second hour of Balance of Power. A week away from the Iowa caucuses, polls show a tight race among the Democrats running for president, and Bernie Sanders is coming on strong, saying it's all about the grassroots at this point.
Polls are polls. What matters is the kind of grassroots activism that we have. We got people knocking on doors all over the state, people making telephone calls, and that's how I think you win elections.
But rivals like Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar are garnering new endorsements to help their causes. Jeannie Zaino of Iona College and Techonomy is with us now. Okay, Jeannie, thanks for staying with us in the second hour here. Tell us about Bernie Sanders, because he really seems to be coming on.
He is coming on. He has surged ahead in most of the latest polls in Iowa. And I think what's so fascinating to me is when you look inside those polls and you see Joe Biden, who, you know, is sometimes within a margin of error, a little bit second or third in some of these polls, but Sanders definitely has the edge. But you look at the difference in terms of where their support lies. And for Bernie Sanders, his appeal is with younger voters, progressives, and people, to his point on the clip you just played, that are more likely to turn out. So Biden may have a turnout problem in Iowa because his supporters, even though turnout's supposed to be up this year, are less likely to turn out because, you know, if you live outside of Iowa, most of us don't have to go to caucuses and spend a couple of hours. It's an intensive practice. So it does ask a lot of voters, and they have to have the energy, and they have to be committed to doing it. And that's where Sanders does get this big boost in Iowa.
And it seems to be really helping in Iowa. Does that make the establishment Democrats a little nervous? Because there was a time not long ago when there was a fear, whether it was Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders, that they would go too far to the left. Bernie Sanders calls himself a socialist.
He calls himself a socialist. I think there's absolutely concern amongst the establishment Democrats. I think it was the same concern we saw in 2016 when he, once again, Bernie Sanders, was surging with this really, really attractive message to the left wing of the party that's incredibly energized. I think the danger here is the way our system is structured is that Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, that's only 4% of the delegates. You know, we get to Super Tuesday, that's about 40%. So he may well take Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada. You know, South Carolina a little bit less likely. But still, he's got a long way to go because he's got to then spread very quickly across the rest of the country. And by that point, it's not as much about this sort of, you know, grassroots effort. It's going to be on the air. It's going to be really appealing to people via television and other medium where you can hit large numbers of people at the same time. Now, Bernie Sanders certainly has the money and the funding to do that, but he's also got to appeal in places that are much more moderate for Democrats.
It's fascinating. And Amy Klobuchar has done well in the debates. I think she is picking up in Iowa, isn't she, according to the polls now? We're seeing a little bit of a rise.
We've seen a little bit of a rise. She's, 7% in the polls. She got the endorsement or the cut of the endorsement by the New York Times, who endorsed twice, or two people. And I think she is, very, very attractive to people in that moderate lane. And let's not forget in Iowa, second place matters because there is this 15% threshold. If your candidate doesn't get 15%, you have to go to your second best. There's not really another alternative if you're in favor of Bernie Sanders. But if you're in favor of Biden or Buttigieg, Klobuchar may very well be your second choice. And that's going to be important for her. And again, on these polls, we have several candidates hovering around that 15, 16, 17%. They've got to meet that threshold to stay in this thing through Iowa in every single caucus in the state.
So we have exactly a week left.
Crazy, right?
So what are these candidates? What are their campaign managers? What are their campaigns doing right now? Can they make a difference in the last week, or is this the critical time?
It's a critical time. It's absolutely, it sounds so cliche, but getting out the vote. You've got to convince Iowans that they wanted to, really hand over 2 hours, a little bit more of their life. Depending on what the weather is, they've got to go out, they've got to meet with their neighbors, and they've got to want to publicly state who they're supporting. And Iowans are used to this, but again, it takes turning out people and making it so people who may otherwise have difficulty getting to the polls have a way there. So a lot of this is about that all-important ground game.
And what happened to Elizabeth Warren? I think she got the Des Moines Register endorsement, didn't she? I mean,
she did.
What happened? She was really coming on strong, 2 months ago or something like that, and she seems to have faded. Do we know why?
She's, every poll you look at, she's dropping 4 points, 6 points. I think a lot of it gets down to what people perceive as her not being authentic, right? When she came out on this with this Medicare for all idea, she sort of flipped and flopped on that $50 trillion. She's not quite as committed progressive socialist as Bernie Sanders is. And then again, even with what was going on in Iran, people felt like she flip-flopped a bit on that. So I think people aren't really questioning her authenticity, but we can't underestimate her. She's got a really, really good organization in Iowa. And she, of course, is from a neighboring state when she gets to New Hampshire.
Well, I was going to ask, 8 days later, we're in New Hampshire for the primaries up there. Bernie Sanders is up there, too. So who's ahead right now in New Hampshire as far as we know?
Bernie Sanders is ahead in New Hampshire. I think it's very likely he could, again, the polls are close, but he could take both Iowa and New Hampshire. But she also has the benefit of being from a neighboring state, being very well known there. But I do think, to your point, her campaign has suffered a bit. I think a lot of it started with the Medicare for all and her unwillingness for a long time to say how she was going to fund it. Then she finally came out and people weren't satisfied.
But it's somewhat ironic. Maybe it's encouraging that she was just that Bernie Sanders was honest from the beginning. It's going to cost a lot of money. We're going to tax you.
It's going to cost like, yeah.
She didn't want to say that.
She didn't want to say that. But in her defense, she didn't want to say it for a good reason. You can't win the swing states with that kind of policy. And I think that's the electability question about Bernie Sanders, and it would be the same for her as well.
Yeah, seeing how Bernie Sanders plays in places like Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, it's a little harder.
It's a lot harder when you're coming out with a $50 trillion bill or you're going to tell people we're going to tax you more. That is the challenge that many of the moderates are saying to Amy Klobuchar, Joe Biden, and others are saying to these progressive Democrats. Democrats don't have the benefit of just running in liberal states.
A little pragmatism has to come around sooner or later.
That's right, we hope.
Thanks so much to Jeannie Zaino. She's political science professor at Iona College. Coming up, we're going to talk impeachment with former federal prosecutor Michael Zeldin, as some Republican senators now are saying maybe they should hear from John Bolton, given what his book apparently says. That's coming up next on Balance of Power, and we are on Bloomberg Radio.
If you promise to cover the latest financial and business news from Asia,
we're talking about social enterprises in Asian countries
with expert analysts who really understand Asia.
Aren't you encouraged with respect to U.S.-China trade?
Then you must be us.
Tell us about the trend within this part of the world.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
What sort of fiscal stimulus do you think we'll see?
Tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Boredom, fitness enemy number one. So don't just run. Run, run, mix it up, skip, run, skip, run. Give yourself a lift, mix it up, lift, mix it up, run, lift, splash, skip, lift, run. It's crunch time, skip, mix it up, run. run, makes it out of boxing class. Skip, run, splash, skip, run. Makes it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run, makes it run, skip, makes it run. Makes it.
I spy with my little eye something beginning with P.
People.
No, parrot.
I'll have to remember my binoculars next time.
Although you might not be able to see it, your small actions can have a real impact with Shell. Every time you fill up and use Shell Go Plus, you'll be protecting and replanting forests around the world. Make the change. Drive carbon neutral. Shell. Go well. See goplus.shell.com/CO2 for details.
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
All right, Stan, will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
This is not a cat. This is not a rocket. And this is not a sale. That's right. At Smarty Mobile, we're not having a sale. While others are slashing prices, we're introducing our best ever new plans. Take our new 30-gig data SIM for just £10 a month. With unlimited calls and texts and no speed restrictions, credit checks or contract tying you down, why shop around? New plans, great value. Now that's Smarty. Grab yours today. Search Smarty Mobile. See smarty.co.uk for terms.
I used to be a bit of a rubbish sleeper. I'd toss and turn all night. And somehow I could never find the comfy bit of the mattress. It was a proper nightmare. That's what brought me here. Testing mattresses in the Which Test Lab. We use a custom-made barrel rolling machine to simulate a decade's worth of use. And the mattresses that perform best are the only ones we recommend for your bedroom.
Which tests harder so you can buy smarter. Visit which.co.uk.
Fly with Cathay Pacific and arrive ready to make the most of the endless white beaches of Bali. Book now at cathaypacific.com. Cathay Pacific. Move beyond.
Harry Bikers here. This message goes out to something very special.
Yes, we're talking to you, chicken.
Maybe we've been seeing too much of each other.
But times have changed, Dave.
We've been cheating on meat.
Thing is, no stocks make veggie dishes so irresistible that cheating on meat is proper tasty.
Our dear chicken, you were the fire in my life, but it's all about you now, aubergine katsu curry. Prepare to be wined and dined, my love.
Cheat on meat with no veggie stocks.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. To move lower for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Stocks are slumping, bonds rallying as concern over the impact of a deadly virus that originated in China rattles global markets. S&P 500 index down the most in almost 4 months now, with the S&P dropping 41 points, down 1.2%. The Dow down 354 points, down 1.2%. Briefly, the Dow had wiped out its year-to-date gains, right now showing an advance for the year of 0.3%. NASDAQ is down 143 points, down 1.5%. The 10-year's up 21/30 seconds, yield 1.60%. We've got gold now up 0.5% at $15.79 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude continues its slump, down another 2.5% today, $52.83 a barrel. Brent is down 2.7%, $59.06. Again, recapping here, stocks lower, S&P down 40, a drop of 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Once again, here's your host, David Weston.
And thank you very much, Charlie Pellet. From the Interactive Broker Studio, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. President Trump's lawyers used only 2 hours to open their defense in the Senate on Saturday and have resumed today with their arguments against not only a conviction, but even against calling any more witnesses, a cause that may have been made more difficult over the weekend. The New York Times reports that John Bolton's forthcoming book will say that the president conditioned aid to Ukraine on an investigation into the Biden family. And Senator Schumer says that Mr. Bolton has essentially proved the case against the president.
Ambassador Bolton essentially confirms the president committed the offenses charged in the first article of impeachment.
Welcome now, former federal prosecutor Michael Zeldin. Among other things, Mr. Zeldin served at one point as an assistant to Robert Mueller. So thanks so much for being with us, Michael. Is Senator Schumer right?
Well, mostly, I think. The thing to remember, of course, is that Bolton has not been sworn. He's not testified under oath. He's not been subject to cross-examination. What we have in the New York Times story is a leak of a draft of a book that he's in the process of writing. So one has to take this with a grain of salt. But if it's true that Bolton will say, if testified under oath, that the president told him that he was withholding military aid contingent upon the Biden investigation, that contradicts what they've been arguing in their briefs before the Senate and orally.
So it's curious to me that we have Alan Dershowitz, the professor emeritus from Harvard Law School, saying it just doesn't matter what the facts are because they haven't laid out legally, as a matter of legal principles, a case for impeachment. If Professor Dershowitz is right, I guess it doesn't matter whether President Trump withheld this aid or not.
Well, I don't think Alan is right. I think that the notion that you need a crime, as sort of denominated in the criminal statute books, as opposed to a breach of public trust, is just not correct. But assuming hypothetically that Alan is correct, that abuse of power cannot rise to the level of an impeachable offense, then yeah, in a sense, the case falls for failure to state a proper claim. However, that does not address the question of obstruction of Congress, which is a crime. It's right in the U.S. Code, and it doesn't prevent them from moving forward on Article 2. So I think in sum, Alan is wrong, that you don't need a crime. Therefore, the articles move forward. And even if he were right, Article 2 still proceeds, notwithstanding his argument.
So, Michael, as you and I both know so well, this is not a court of law. It's not just determined by law, although law is relevant. Just talking about the law, have we gotten down to a question of the state of intent of the president? Because we more or less know what he said to President Zelensky of Ukraine. And the question is, did he have perhaps it could be called a corrupt intent? Is that what Ambassador Bolton's information, if it were under oath or cross-examined, is that what it goes to, that actually the president did intend to withhold aid specifically because it had something to do with his reelection because Vice President Biden was likely to be a rival?
Well, the Trump lawyers would argue otherwise. They would say, and I think they will argue today, that there was legitimate basis to investigate Hunter Biden and Burisma under a broad corruption concept. And so they would say that even if Bolton says, the president said, withhold aid pending this investigation, I think they will argue that the investigation was a proper investigation. The president was legitimate in his ask for that investigation under the umbrella of corruption, and therefore it doesn't change anything. However, that's a bit strained in its analysis, because I think it looks much more like a quid pro quo, because the evidence that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden did something illegal doesn't seem very credible, and so you have this situation where they're withholding aid on the basis of a bogus investigation that seems to benefit the president personally rather than be in the national interest.
And Michael, if this were a court of law, again, I recognize it's not a court of law, would you be permitted as a prosecutor to bring in circumstantial evidence about the president's intent in this respect? If you're really concerned about corruption, is there any other instance where you went to any other government around the world and said, I really want you to do an investigation of corruption? Because if there isn't, then that sort of would indicate it wasn't just about a broad-ranging brief to fight corruption around the world.
Well, that's right. And I think that they have tried to make that argument a bit already, which is to say that the president came into office skeptical of U.S. foreign aid, and that he believed that we were being sort of played for fools by the rest of the European nations for paying much more than they were paying and not getting any direct benefit from it. And so I think they will argue that this withholding of Ukrainian aid and the request for greater participation by the European nations was part of the president's overarching strategy, and that he has done that in other countries as well, and so this fits that pattern. Sort of like in the case of Bill Cosby or Weinstein, you have one person on trial, but they bring in other instances of similar behavior to say, you see, in those cases, he most likely did this because he did it previously. In this case, they'll say, because he withheld aid in other circumstances, this is not corrupt. This is just part of a pattern of behavior. The difference, of course, is that in the other examples, it was publicly made known that this is what he was doing, and in this case, it was held as a secret.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you so much to former federal prosecutor Michael Zeldin. Coming up, a federal judge in Chicago has effectively extended the statute of limitations on spoofing by bringing in wire fraud. We talked with Professor Peter Henning of Wayne State Law School about what this means for prospective defendants. That's coming up on Balance of Power. We are on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Even though tens of millions of people are locked down in China, there's been no slowing of the coronavirus spreading, and that's a worry for financial markets all over the world. The Dow is down 360 points, S&P falling 1.25%, the Nasdaq dropping 1.6%. Meanwhile, the companies with the most exposure to the area where the virus started are seeing large losses. An analyst at Guggenheim says Starbucks, McDonald's, and Domino's Pizza may not meet their business targets. U.S. home builder D.R. Horton is a rare gainer on Wall Street today. In the past 3 months of last year, contracts to buy homes rose 19% compared to a year earlier. The company's focus on entry-level homes, which are in short supply, has been successful, and falling mortgage rates also gave D.R. Horton a boost. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
had to be independent and take initiative, and that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. What if you could keep the top...
Boredom. Fitness enemy number 1. So don't just run. 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 Mix it up. Skip. Run. Skip. Run. Give yourself a lift. Mix it up. Lift. Mix it up. Run. Lift. Splash. Skip. Lift. Run. It's crunch time. Skip. Mix it up. Run. Mix it. Add a boxing class. Skip. Run. Splash. Skip. Run. Mix it up at Virgin Active and get stronger, fitter, faster. Join now for 12 months and pay nothing until March. T's and C's apply. Run. Mix it up. Skip. Mix it. Run.
Mix it. Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Heading for the net, scores! On the goal line, Marchand scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, taking the long view on prison.
In 100 years, we're not going to be locking human beings in cages. Because we'll understand then, as we understand about slavery now, that it was immoral, that it just didn't work.
Listen to this episode of the New Yorker Radio Hour on TuneIn today.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, spoofing is a crime in itself, but is it also wire fraud? We're joined by my colleague June Grasso to talk about why it could make a big difference. But first, let's get a market check with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, David Weston. Red on the screen, risk off Monday here with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in retreat right now. We are off our session lows. The Dow have been down well over 500 points. Now it is down 328. That is a drop of 1.1%. Stocks are slumping. Bonds are rallying as concern over the impact of that deadly virus that originated in China rattles global markets. The 10-year's up 22.30 seconds, yield now 1.60%. S&P's down 38, down 1.2%. NASDAQ down 135 points, a drop of 1.5%. Gold is up 0.5%, 15.78 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.1%, 53.04 a barrel. Brent is down 2.4% at 59.24. Well, some of the other stories that we're following for you in terms of the economic data, new numbers today on home sales, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
After hitting some of the highest levels since the housing boom more than a decade ago, new home sales dropped in December for the third month in a row. It's too early to sound retreat as sales remain near post-recession highs. Additionally, other figures imply strength, namely a December advance in existing home sales and housing starts reaching a 13-year high. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And today, U.S. homebuilder D.R. Horton reported quarterly orders that beat expectations as low mortgage rates fueled demand. On a down day for the rest of the market, D.R. Horton up now by 2.5%. According to RBC estimates, Swatch, Richemont, and Burberry are the stocks most exposed to the impact of the virus that prompted Chinese authorities to curb travel for 40 million people during the Lunar New Year, while the least exposed are EssilorLuxottica, Puma, Pandora, and Hugo Boss. RBC says on average, luxury stocks generate 35% of revenue from Chinese consumers. Gold up 0.4%, 15.78 the ounce. Again, the 10-year 1.61%. S&P down 37, a drop of 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. Spoofing is placing electronic market orders with no intention of completing them. And Congress made it a crime. But now a federal district court in Chicago has decided that the Justice Department can go after the practice, not just under the statute specifically addressing it, but also under the general prohibition on wire fraud. Welcome now my colleague June Grasso and Professor Peter Henning of the Wayne State Law School. So welcome, Professor. Good to have you with us. Explain what the significance of this ruling potentially could be. It's a district court, so it's not final. It's not the Supreme Court. But explain the significance. Allegations are it was simply to get a longer statute of limitations.
Well, certainly that's the case, that when a wire fraud charge is brought and it affects a financial institution. And remember, the two defendants here worked for Deutsche Bank. So Deutsche Bank was affected by their misconduct. That means this was a statute that was adopted back in the early 1990s. That gives a 10-year statute of limitations for pursuing any wire fraud charges. So in this case, they could go back all the way to 2009 and bring the wire fraud charges. Spoofing is a 5-year statute of limitations. So really what is happening here is Judge Tharp is saying that this is the type of case where you can pursue it within the 10 years of the wire fraud statute of limitations because Deutsche Bank was affected by the misconduct of these two defendants.
So, Professor, just help me as a matter of statutory construction. Is there a total overlap here? Are there any elements of the crime that are different? Because if, in fact, they're just the same, then why did Congress need to pass a specific statute on spoofing? Why didn't they just say, well, we don't need that because wire fraud covers it?
You know, that's an interesting question. The spoofing was added as part of the Dodd-Frank Act back in 2010, and essentially what it prohibits is entering orders that the person intends to cancel. And so in this particular case, what the defendants argued was that you have to have an actual affirmative misrepresentation. But Judge Tharp said, no, that the defendants are simply wrong on that point, that as long as there are omissions or concealment of material information, that can be enough to prove a wire fraud case. So the benefit for prosecutors is they get a 10-year statute of limitations rather than the 5 for the spoofing law, and so they can take their cases back much further and bring wire fraud charges.
So, Peter, is there an element of overreach or general unfairness in going back now farther than the spoofing statute allows?
Well, you know, that's an interesting question because with spoofing, you're talking about when people put in orders that they intend to cancel. But for wire fraud, it is simply that the victim was harmed by the scheme to defraud. And so really what this does is for prosecutors, it opens up a much wider area that you can pursue wire fraud charges. And we typically see wire fraud charges brought in insider trading cases, and anytime there is any type of transmission over wires, that's going to be enough. And if I'm a prosecutor, I'm going to look at this 10-year statute of limitations and say, this is great, I can go back 10 years now, and as long as a financial institution is affected, I can bring my charges.
As David mentioned, this is one district court judge in Chicago. What about what are the chances of the defense appealing this decision?
Well, and that's an interesting question because typically in the federal system, you cannot appeal a pretrial ruling, but they may be able to get the Seventh Circuit to look at this and make a decision as to whether, in fact, an affirmative misrepresentation is required for any type of wire fraud prosecution. Now, I doubt that we will see an appeal at this point. I expect that it will come after the defendants either are convicted or acquitted. But if they are acquitted, then that's the end of the case. If they were convicted of the fraud here, then they could pursue this issue and say, look, you can't extend wire fraud back that far. There has to be some type of affirmative misrepresentation that we have to have lied to someone in order to get them to enter in their orders in the market.
Is this a case of first impression? Has the Justice Department ever presented this argument before? I know the spoofing statute is reasonably new.
Yeah, spoofing statute is new, and the judge in the case refers to perhaps the first spoofing conviction, United States versus Costco, in which the judge said, look, in this case, it wasn't that there were affirmative misrepresentations, but instead there were orders entered that the Costco planned to cancel. And so that is enough to mislead the market and is a type of market manipulation. And so that can be enough to build your case around for a wire fraud claim going back up to 10 years. And so I think it's certainly an aggressive interpretation of the wire fraud statute. Whether it'll be upheld, I think we're going to have to see if these defendants are convicted, and then if they challenge Judge Tharp's decision in the Seventh Circuit.
About a minute here, Peter. Is there a continuing crackdown on spoofing by prosecutors?
Oh, spoofing has become very important to them because spoofing is a way to manipulate the market, and prosecutors have used the spoofing statute as a way to try to police the market and try to limit how traders put in orders that they don't intend to fulfill. So they have become much more aggressive lately in spoofing.
Okay, thanks very much to my colleague June Grasso and to Professor Peter Henning of Wayne State. Coming up, if you thought things were quieting down in Baghdad, I'm afraid you may have been mistaken. Missiles hit the U.S. Embassy over the weekend. We'll talk with retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett about what may come next from the United States. That's coming up next on Bloomberg Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member